Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order for the Corporation and Township of Puslinch on April 21st, 2020. Start with a roll call. Councillor Palmer.
Here.
Councillor Goyda. That was pretty quiet. I barely heard you. There
Can you hear me now? Present.
Better. Yep. Councillor Spoulos.
Present.
Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Okay, and we'll have our moment of reflection. Okay, that concludes our moment of reflection. Ms. Whitefox, could you read the resolution for confirmation of the agenda, please?
Certainly. That council approves the April 21st, 2021 agenda as circulated.
Okay, can you move it for that, please?
I'll move.
Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Goyda. All in favor? Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
I'm in favor. That's carried. Hopefully she's still there. Do we have a disclosure of pecuniary interests?
If I could, Mr. Chair,
Sure.
although this does not rise to the level of a pecuniary interest. The item being discussed in the closed session, I believe, certainly constitutes a conflict of interest if I were to participate. So I will ask to be excused from that closed session today, if possible. Thank you.
No problem. Anyone else? All right. All right, let's get into the delegations. Ms. Whitefox, if you can move over Megan, please. Good morning, Megan.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I have to apologize. Is it Megan or Megan?
It's Megan.
Megan. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll try to make you as comfortable as possible, and you can begin when you're ready.
Sure. Okay. So hello, everyone. My name is Megan DiMatteo. I have two children that go to Aberfoyle Public School. My son Bryson is in grade 3, and my daughter Haley is in SK. And I'm here today to talk to you about getting a crossing guard for the corner of Brock Road and Old Brock Road. And when I received the email yesterday with the confirmation of the meeting today, I noticed on page 244, which I've never seen as big of agenda. So you guys, I give a lot of credit to you to go through all that today. So if you made it to page 244, the first page of my letter was actually removed in error. So because of that and the petition, I didn't realize that the petitions weren't allowed to be shared. So I'm just going to read the letter to you so then we can all be on the same page with what's happening. And hopefully that's okay. So since we started talking to parents, students, Aberfoyle school staff, bus drivers, and other community members about a crossing guard at Brock Road, Old Brock Road, or intersection, we've had an amazing amount of support. We've had 45 people sign in person. And as of last night, 376 people signed on the change.org petition from the Aberfoyle Facebook page. We've heard many stories and concerns about the intersection throughout this process. So we thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving us the opportunity to share with you the concerns of our community. So we had provided the petition, so you can still access that if you're interested. There is an online one as well that I put the link for. But because you weren't able to read it, I thought it was important that I actually read to you what was on the top of our petition that people were signing. So this is what it said. Community members, parents, and students at Aberfoyle Public School request that you provide a crossing guard at the corner of Brock Road and Old Brock Road from 8:10 to 8:35 a.m. and 2:50 to 3:50 p.m. when the school is open. New parking rules in front of the school have been implemented, thank you, to allow the buses better access and visibility when entering and leaving the school, as well as safer drop-off and pickup of our students. Due to the congestion and parking restrictions, the safest place to park is the Puslinch Community Center. This has created more foot traffic across the busy 4-lane intersection at Brock Road, and we anticipate more families using this route to get to school. Parents have observed vehicles speeding, running red lights, and turning onto Brock Road from Old Brock Road in front of families trying to cross, with some near misses. Since townships are responsible for providing crossing guards, we're requesting a crossing guard to be put in place before a serious accident occurs and lives are lost. Let's make our community a safe place to live. And then I did include, this is considered a public document of Puslinch Township, and the information you provide may be subject to the scrutiny of the township and members of the public. So I just wanted to read you a few of the comments that some of the parents had left. So first one, a serious safety issue. Very, very busy, fast traffic, busy, super busy, a serious safety issue. Obviously, they weren't very creative. A lot of congestion, kids always running towards lights, that's scary. Fast traffic that does not always stop, and kids run out quickly sometimes. My son was almost hit, too busy, big trucks, please. It's a very busy road. Safety of the kids are a priority. And then some of the comments we got on the online petition, just so you know, it said reasons for signing, so it wasn't really a comment. So that might explain why some of the comments seem strange. I'll just read them to you. That road is frequented by trucks and is a high traffic area due to the close proximity of the 401. Safety, especially around school zones, is an absolute necessity. The kids to be safe. My nephews are affected by this and I care about their safety. Seems like an obvious and necessary thing to do. My children cross this intersection every day. Busy intersection used by kids going to and from Aberfoyle Public School. Traffic moves so quickly across this busy road. Speed limit is posted at 50 kilometers, but most transport trucks and cars are traveling at 80 kilometers or more. This is a highway our children are trying to cross without a crossing guard. School safety is so important, keep our kids safe. And the last one was, I don't want anyone to get hit. There are so many trucks. So clearly this is a dangerous intersection, and the community is looking to the township to provide a crossing guard to ensure the safe crossing of students and families. We understand that it will take time to hire and train a crossing guard. So we have been actively looking for ways to increase the safety of our families within the school community while adhering to the guidelines provided by the Upper Grand District School Board. So the school has been in contact with the OPP, and they will be having a virtual talk with the school about traffic safety. So that's actually starting tomorrow. Constable Hickey from the OPP is going to be doing a virtual lesson on street safety with the kindergartens, and then it's going to continue through the school. We are also sending out a map that details the new parking rules and the areas to drop off and pick up students. I did include that as part of the delegation pages, but it's very similar to the one that the township has. We are also sending, along with the map, we're going to be providing a safety information sheet, reinforcing safe crossing practices for families, as well as reminders to drivers about waiting for the students to cross before turning into the intersection. And this information will be given to Aberfoyle families after the spring break and hopefully the return to school. So we all know that that didn't happen, but it will be sent out as soon as we are going to be going to school. The principal mentioned he just didn't want the paperwork to get kind of lost during this time. So understandably, the pandemic has changed the way some students arrive at the school. So this year we have about 45% of our students getting picked up and dropped off, which during the pandemic is about 140 students. And then last year in February, we had about 30% of the students being picked up. And with higher numbers attending that year, this was equal to about 120 students still. So obviously, we don't know when the pandemic will be over or if some students will return to taking the bus at that time. Based on the pre-pandemic numbers of 120 students, clearly the intersection will still be well used, even when hopefully it does get returned to normal. We also anticipate that once a crossing guard is put in place, that more parents will feel comfortable dropping off and picking up their children at the community center, which will further decrease the congestion on Old Brock Road in front of the school, which I think will make everyone happy as well. So we are hesitant to survey our families for volunteers due to the risk and liability associated with a volunteer position off-site on the corner of a busy road. So in talking with the risk assessment coordinator from the board, here's some information that I wanted to share. So the school board would not want to provide a volunteer, whether a parent or a volunteer from a service club, as we'd then be responsible for training, scheduling, and if a volunteer is sick or unable to come, finding replacements. Parents and motorists begin to expect and rely that an adult crossing guard is at the location daily, and we can't necessarily rely on just volunteers. There are liability considerations associated with a school board volunteer if a pedestrian was hit. And then under 176, Section 176 of the Ontario Highway Traffic Act, a school crossing guard is 1, employed by a municipality, or 2, employed by a corporation that is under contract with the municipality to provide services of a school crossing guard. So ultimately, it's the municipality's responsibility to provide the service if it's required. So we do know that Salem Public School has just gone through this process, and that Rockwood Centennial also has a crossing guard for Highway 7. These townships, as well as the city of Guelph, may be helpful in your staff in conducting an assessment. So Aberfoyle School is doing everything we can to ensure the safe drop off and pickup of our students, but we really need you, Mayor Sealy, and the Township Council to provide the community with a crossing guard. We hope you do your part to keep our community safe, and thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Awesome. Thank you, Megan. Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Children's safety is not a hard thing to get behind. And as someone who went to Aberfoyle School myself, things certainly have changed at that intersection. As you can imagine, when I was there, it was still Highway 6. And we had to learn to cross that street by standing on the center line. We could make it halfway across, stand on the center line, wait for the traffic to clear on the other side, and then continue on. So things certainly have changed. It was a bit of a Darwinian lesson as a child crossing that street. But forgive me, I'm gonna ask a few questions because I certainly see the need, but there are maybe people who didn't go to the school or who may hear about this and don't quite understand it. Because what I heard in the back of my mind when I read your letter was I can remember as a kid, if I wanted a ride to school or be picked up from school, I could hear my dad's voice, well, there's a perfectly good school bus there. Why aren't you taking it? So I can understand the position you made during COVID, that certainly it would be a difficult decision for anybody to put their child on a school bus during an outbreak. But can you help me understand what is driving the need for parents to drive kids to school or have kids walk past a perfectly servable school bus to get a ride home in a rural community that's fairly well serviced by the school buses, so others can understand what's driving that need?
Yes, and to be honest with you, I am someone who prior to the pandemic did have my kids going on the bus, despite living only a few minutes away from the school. And because I do feel that, yes, the bus is provided and why not let the kids use it? It's part of their independence. But unfortunately, we can't force people to not drop off their kids. So as much as we encourage them to use the bus during this time, I know, let's take the pandemic aside, it's a little bit scary for some people. But the reality is, I know I've heard from some parents that it's a very long time for their kids to be on the bus. So some of them are leaving usually around 5 to 10 after 3. Most of the buses have started to leave or they're gone by then. And some kids aren't getting off the bus until 4:15. So there might be something to look at, maybe some of the routes, and maybe that would change some people's decision to drive their children or not. But whether they do or not, still pre-pandemic, there's still 120 kids that were getting dropped off to the school. So.
Okay, and to that end, that means that the parents are also there in the parking lot. But I was interesting, you made an interesting comment as you're talking about families crossing and close calls with people not obeying the traffic lights. That suggests that families and parents are already helping their kids across the street. But if I understand, I don't want to infer into that that's, I think what I heard from that, you can confirm it, that having someone with the appropriate signage and the uniform, I can remember seeing these in places, you just can't miss somebody who's dressed up like a crossing guard. That's the extra piece that you're looking for, is that awareness, that something that stands out as a crossing guard, as opposed to, it's not good enough that the parents are helping their kids across the street already.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And I have to say, you know, I don't want to get into a debate of parenting strategies or anything, but I can tell you that there are kids that I see every day running towards the light, and it scares some of us. It should scare their parents more, perhaps, but it does definitely scare me. But someone who walks with my kids, I hold my kid's hand when they cross the street, not my one in grade 3, because he wouldn't let me do that, but I actually had a close call with him myself, and he was just standing right in front of me, and he was with a friend. I was standing behind him. And when the light went to change, right when it changed, he started walking, and I just grabbed his backpack, and a car just went ahead of him. So he wasn't actually on the road. He didn't run across, but in his mind, all he saw was that it said that he could walk. He's
Right.
talking to his friend, he took the step. So if there was a crossing guard there that had their arms out, and you know, the traffic had seen them and they weren't allowing the students to move until they had got to the center, then something like that wouldn't happen. So it wasn't close enough call that it made me really nervous, but it definitely was a wake up call of, why is this parent turning in front of us? So it's the reality. I mean, I was very disappointed, because I'm assuming that it was a parent from one of the people that just got picked up at the school. And the fact that they would try to pull in front of a group of like 30 people waiting there, I'm not really sure what was so important. But unfortunately, we kind of, I don't know how else to comment that, other than having someone there, crossing guard, would really help to make sure that everyone is on the same page and there's not an accident that could be prevented.
Thank you. And last question then would be timing. With the schools currently closed, are you looking for a September startup for this, for crossing guard?
Yeah, so we understand it's going to take time to find someone, and I don't even know if if the students are going to be going back to school or not. I don't think any of us can really predict that. But I think realistically, probably from your end, if you're going to be looking into it, probably September would be a great start. And in the meantime, just using, like, having the OPP, having our additional information sheet going out to parents as well, will hopefully be a little bit of a buffer in between. From basically, that's all that we can do, that the school board's allowing us to do. So we're doing the best that we can, but we would really like the support of council as well.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I certainly would support getting a report from the staff as to what our options are to make this happen if it's needed. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Goyda?
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Megan. Very good presentation, by the way, and I want to commend you for sort of taking the lead on this on behalf of all the students at the school. But to me, I think it's kind of a no-brainer. I think having children cross Brock Road, or having anyone cross Brock Road, as you said, especially during commuting hours, it's dangerous. It's busy. It's a busy road. And, you know, everyone has an interest in making sure the kids are safe, for sure. So I think, especially with the reduction of parking in front of the school and the messaging that we've been encouraging parents to park at the community center and walk across, I think it's important that we kind of close the circle. Because we've reduced the parking in front of the school to make it safer for kids to load and unload and buses to go in and out, I think it's important that we don't just move the safety concern to another location. So, you know, a crossing guard would be a fairly simple solution that would kind of address all of those problems. And I was going to ask about parent volunteers, but you addressed that already in your presentation, and it makes sense. I am happy to see that the school is doing what they can to, you know, reinforce the safety component of it all. So I think that there's a bit of work involved, and it might take some time, but I definitely would support staff putting together some information that we could hopefully put something in place for September.
Thank you.
Councilor Spillis?
Hi, Megan. Thank you very much for your very articulate presentation. You have counselor material there.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm all for the safety of kids. They're our next generation, and we have to do everything we can possibly to protect them. I see this as the final step in the evolution of making the Aberfoyle school area a safer place for everyone. So I'm 100% behind you to try to get a guard in place for the next school year in September. So I'll be looking forward for a staff report to see how we can make that happen.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Bailey,
Yeah, can you hear me?
we can.
Okay. Yeah, Megan, thank you very much for your presentation. And I just want to say thank you for taking the lead on this issue. It was great that you stepped up to that. I'm really happy to hear that the OPP are going to start some education tomorrow. That's really exciting. And I think there's a lot of pieces, there's a lot of puzzle pieces to this whole situation. And that to me is a big part of it, education. We need some parent education as well for the drivers. So hopefully that can come down the pipe too. I also wanted to just acknowledge the work that's already gone into this intersection. I mean, we've got this beautiful new sidewalk that's gone in, and we actually have really pedestrian-friendly lighting. I don't know if anyone else has been there, but when you're standing on the corner and you press that light to cross, it turns it yellow like very quickly. So it actually is very good, set up already. And I think just having a crossing guard like Councilor Bromwell was alluding to, it's more visibility, and it's kind of the icing on the cake. It's the extra enhanced safety that will help everybody navigating that intersection. So I don't know if we need to propose to staff that we just initiate creating a policy for this, but I'd like to see that we move forward and getting this ready. I'm assuming for September start. No questions for Megan, but thanks again for your presentation.
Thank you. And I might have just said it quickly, but we are going to have an information sheet that's going to the parents as well, talking about safe driving practices around the school, as well as walking your kid to and from. And let's not forget that there are still parents of older kids that their kids are just getting dropped off at the community center and crossing on their own. So not every child is going to have a parent next to them as well. So I just wanted to reiterate that as well.
Yes, thank you for mentioning that. I was gonna let everyone know as well that was news to me, that apparently kids grade 4 and up, I believe, are able to cross on their own. So for me next year, personally, that would be helpful, where I could just park at the community center if I was picking up, and my kids could just come across on their own, and knowing a guard would be there, would put my mind a little more at ease. So thanks for that. Yeah, thanks for drawing our attention to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Megan, for your presentation. I have a few comments mostly. It's obvious we're supportive of getting a report from staff. When, talk of the crossing guard first came up, it sounded as though it was more of a demand to be instituted immediately, which is pretty difficult for the township to do. You mentioned all the challenges of if the volunteers were to look after it, the scheduling, the sickness. Those are the same challenges the municipality is going to face. And, this is probably one of the hardest positions to fill, because it's only a number of hours per day, a couple here in the morning, couple in the evening, and if somebody calls in sick, then do we have a backup plan? So it's good that we're going to have staff once I get a motion put forward here, but I think you're pretty clear it's going to happen. One of the near misses that you were discussing, that's when you're trying to cross the road and people coming from Old Brock Road are turning right in front of the kids, correct? And
yes,
so those are parents picking up their kids at the school. So I hope Ivan's on this call, because we're going to be reviewing, and counselors as well, we're going to be reviewing the parking prohibition. So if we're going to look after the safety of these children, then we should really consider the total parking prohibition up there. That'll alleviate parents that pull in front of children. They can all go across the street. So that's one of my comments. The other thing I did notice, I've I've observed that intersection several times. It's about 10 minutes it takes the kids in total. From the first kid to the last kid is under 10 minutes, which is nice. You mentioned that it's a dangerous intersection. I would rather state that all intersections are inherently dangerous. I think that intersection is one of our safest intersections. It's brand new, built to the best standards. But I did have a couple observations about that intersection. I spoke with Don Kudo. I'm not sure if you're familiar with who he is. He runs public works and he's the head of engineering up at the County of Wellington. So that's his road. And I asked him, could we get the striping that they've put on Highway 6 down in Morriston painted to delineate the crosswalk, more so for drivers. And he got back to me yesterday and he says that the county has agreed to paint the striping on the road. Now, I don't know if it's just going to be one part or I'm not 100% familiar with the intersection. I don't believe there's sidewalks on both sides of Old Brock, so that wouldn't make sense to put striping across Old Brock. But anyways, I think that's good because that really will show drivers where they need to stop. I think we're all guilty of it, going a little too far into the crosswalk at times. The other thing I did notice, and I will follow up on with county staff, at that 10-minute time frame, the light cycles fast, which is excellent. They have it set quick. If you went down to cross the road in Morriston and Highway 6, you're going to stand there for 10 minutes because they're facilitating the traffic flow. It's not the case in Aberfoyle. You press the button within, I didn't time it, but it's fast, a minute at the most, I would think. But I did notice one time, there must have been a car parked on the sensor. So you could see the yellow hand blinking and that the light was going to change and nobody pressed the crosswalk button and the white hand didn't come on. So the situation might have been what your son encountered is the light went green, but the hand didn't go white and the driver went, right? Because the hand would have been red. So part of this resolution, I would ask staff to ask the county to fix that so that every time the light goes green, the walk hand comes on, because that's an indicator for drivers to pay attention, right? In the city, if it's red, you sometimes have an advanced right turn, you have an advanced left turn, and it holds the pedestrians. So that would be important to fix. I think that's it. Button to press. So I look forward to the process and the report from staff, and hopefully we can find some people in the community that are willing to take on this position. So I'd look to council for a motion just to direct staff for looking into a crossing guard. Anybody? Councillor Goyda?
I will. Sarah?
Okay, well, Councillor Goyda lifted her hand up first. Sorry, Councillor Bailey. You can second it. Do you want to word it, Councillor Goyda? You want me to word it?
Does staff already have one in place that staff report back on the, I don't know. Yeah, I need help. I need help wording it.
I'll just, unless Courtney, do you have something?
I do, yes, and I've just added your last point to this, if appropriate, just about the County of Wellington checking that the traffic lights are operating correctly. So I can read out the entire resolution, draft resolution for you if you'd like.
Sorry, not to wordsmith it, Ms. White Fox, but the traffic light is working correctly. If you don't press the button, the white hand won't come on. So that's probably intentional. So they'll go and check it and say, yeah, the program is working. I would just want to make sure that the walk symbol is activated on the green light. I don't know how else to word that.
Okay.
And I'll follow up with Dawn for clarification, just so that they know what I'm talking about.
Okay. So I have that council receives a delegation by Megan DiMatteo regarding the request for the township to provide a crossing guard at the Brock Road and Old Brock Road intersection, and that council directs staff to report back on the potential to provide a municipal crossing guard at this intersection, and that staff confirm with the County of Wellington that the walking symbol is properly activated on the green light.
Perfect. So moved by Councillor Goyda. Councillor Tsoukalos?
Yes, I'd like to suggest that include the wording in time for the next start of school, either September or the next available date.
So that's 3 meetings. We have 3 meetings between now and September.
I've added that wording that staff report back in time for the September school start date.
Councillor Goyda, you're okay with that amendment?
Yeah, I don't know that reporting back by September is going to give us enough time to also then, if we move forward, then to also hire someone and train someone and put someone in place. So I think perhaps we need to report back within, you know, a couple council meetings or something.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, my motion, adjustment to the motion is to have the school guard in place for the September start of school or whenever the school starts.
Okay. Councillor Sepoulis, as long as we can hire somebody, I mean, if.
Well, I
they're not able-
understand that, yeah.
okay.
Best efforts to make, we can put in the words, best efforts to have a school guard
Yeah.
available for September or when the school commences.
Okay. Okay, so that was moved by Councillor Goytis. Councillor Bailey, you're comfortable with those amendments?
I am, yep.
Okay, Councillor Bulmer, your questions and in favor?
In favor.
Okay, Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
Okay, Councillor Spose
In favor.
and Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
All right. Looks like you're gonna get your crossing guard if we can find somebody to apply. That'll be excellent.
Yay!
Yeah,
Thank you so much, everyone.
No problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Have a great day. Enjoy the
You
rest of your
too.
meeting. Bye-bye.
You can stick around for the rest of it if you like. Ms. Hoytfoss, can you read the resolution to receive? Do we need another resolution to receive her?
Mr.
Delegation?
Chair, I included receiving the delegation in that resolution.
Excellent. All right, now we'll move on to the next delegation. You can move over Tiara and Dominic Brown, please.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
You see us? There we go.
There we go.
Good
Full
morning.
house.
Thank you for having us today and hearing our concerns about our small road here. I just wanted to start off by saying that living on Side Road 10 North here presents some challenges for us as a family. As you can see in our file, we sent you over 20 pictures of what we experience daily. The speeding, lack of proper signage, and overcrowding of cars on our small street, along with many entitled individuals who think it's okay to be disrespectful with words and actions, has been increasingly frustrating. One of many occasions that stand out is when our driveway was blocked. And in the case that I had to get my daughter, who has very bad asthma, to the hospital, maneuvering wouldn't have saved time. So thank goodness that we had the other side of the driveway that wasn't blocked at the time to get out of. As well as the note, a sign with dogs must be on leash, no swimming and no ice skating. We understand that the road leads to a trail. However, if Googled, almost all people talk about the area for the pond and off-leash park with free parking and not for the trail. We aren't here to ask for the area to be closed off. We love the people that come here and the dog walkers. We don't want to cause an uproar either. Rather, we ask that the City of Clifton to work with us to create a safer area for all kids on the street and to help the others respect the families that now live on this dead-end road. As a mom, I fear my kids playing outside in the front. With the speeding that people come down here with, last summer, actually, my daughter, she was learning how to ride a bike. And could you imagine if somebody that was speeding came down and tried to stop on their gravel and crushed tar road that we have? It happened a few times last year. So our request is to also have proper signing placed along the road for a speed limit. We're hoping for less than 20 to 25. Our street is no more than 400 meters in length, so a speed limit reflective of the length of the street would not only be appropriate, but very appreciated by our family. There is a speed limit right now that is placed at the beginning of the road. However, many miss the sign because of how fast they're coming in. There are many things that we could say about the speeding on this road. However, we only have 10 minutes. So I'll let Dominic talk about the parking.
So I'd like to touch on the safety concern related to parking that Tiara brought up earlier. The congestion on our street is quite absurd, to be honest, and we're desperately seeking council's assistance in mitigating the problem. And Mayor Seeley, I believe you'll sympathize because of the struggle that you made mention of with regards to the ripple effect from the Guelph Transportation Master Plan having an impact on the community of Footstonge. Because in that report, you noted that around 26,000 cars alone drive through Brock each day. However, the population of Footstonge is only 7,500. So on a smaller scale, our street only is comprised of 3 homes. And in total, we have 16 residents, including children. But yet midweek, we experience over 70 cars on a daily basis. And given any particular weekend, at its peak, we've actually counted over 190 cars come and go in one particular day. So imagine the frustration of not only having your driveway being routinely blocked by double parking, but also your mailbox, as well as your garbage bins on pickup day. So on a consistent basis, bylaws 5000-05 is being disregarded. Specific mentions to 9.2, 9.3, 9.6, 9.9, 9.10, 9.12, 9.25, 9.37. And due to the lack of enforcement, this cycle is continuously perpetuated by the next person that shows up on our street. And Mr. Lenevsky has proven to be extremely resourceful, but his limited schedule, it actually hinders his ability to patrol our area regularly. So by having a little bit more order on the streets, it would assist us in getting the OPP to adequately fill in when Ivan is off duty. So we've come to understand that the township would also like to permit upwards of 25 cars parked on the end of our street in conjunction with the unopened road allowance. However, we feel that the number is just simply not feasible considering the distance that we have from the end of our driveway to the end of the street. So given the average of a rectangular space of a parking spot, we would like for council to reconsider this number to maybe 10 marked spots, a maximum of 10 marked spots, with lines adequately indicated the proper positioning of these vehicles on the pavement. And also too, this would then allow us to have a clear and concise no parking zone designated specific to the congestion that we're experiencing. In this way, it'll be strategically placed along our street. We're all aware that parking on township roads are not permitted. So it is our request that the Footstonge Township and its council back the proposal for parking being off the road as opposed to on the roadway. And then that way it'll be more mutually beneficial to all who come and go at will to utilize the park for the trail, but also to us, the permanent residents who live on the street. So if possible, my mom-in-law, she'd actually like to make mention of a few personal encounters that she's had, if you permit her.
Thank you. Good morning, Council and my chair. Thank you so much for hearing our case this morning. Personally, I'm out there every single day, and speeding cars, like my kids had alluded to earlier, coming down this road. We have a speeding app, and it clocks a lot of many trucks and cars coming down at 60 to 70 kilometers an hour. And when I see that, and I beg them to slow down, explaining that we have young grandchildren, their response to me is, I don't care. And a lot of times that's accompanied with profanities. The number of cars parked, honestly, at one time, many of them blocking the entrance, like Dominic said, to our driveway, and it poses a possible threat and danger to the ambulances and emergency trucks that need to come in and out from time to time for our aging mother and also our ill granddaughter. And I know that safety of the children should be a priority, and I know it is. As well as the aggressive nature of people, and in some cases extreme. I've had over 318 different occasions, 12 which have been documented cases where the OPP needed to intervene. In some examples over the past year that I've had, but this is in no particular order. And I really ask that if you put yourself in my shoes as an older woman, trying to, just live in this street, and I love the people that come here, but just please put yourself in my shoes for a minute. I've endured verbal abuse, physical intimidation, because men are using their size and threatening me. I don't stand a chance because I'm just a little old lady out there trying to walk my dog. We've been threatened. My husband's been threatened. and he's had 2 strokes and a heart attack. And imagine, you know, who'd want to threaten him, but they do. Disrespected our young adults that think that they own this park. They start fires by the quarry, they hang out, they drink alcohol, smoke cigarettes and other substances. And some driving in their cars have even threatened to run over us and the dog. People kick the dog, they hit the dog. And on multiple occasions, I've had to call the OPP because of being threatened. And just recently, a man almost hit me. In fact, there was 3 people that were walking their dog. They had to tell this man to leave, to go, because they'd seen his aggressive nature. Another occasion when there was a man walking his 2 big King Shepherds, he had threatened to turn his dogs on me because I chose to go in another direction because I was afraid, really. And 4 people on the road, four people on the road witnessed this verbal abuse and they came to my aid. The amount of trash, condoms, needles, cigarette butts that we find along the road is a hazard to our family and our dogs. And as well as recently, disobeying the COVID-19 law to physically distance themselves has also been a big issue, especially on the weekend, where people are congregating in groups of 14 to 15, wearing no masks. They're in front of our house. They're blocking the walkthrough area on the road. And I know that with regard to April the 7th, 2021, the Premier of Ontario legislated that outdoor gatherings would be limited to 5 people. And that's including public gatherings as well. And he strongly recommended that we wear a mask. It's very, very sad, especially for me, to know that a lot of the old timers, people that used to walk their dogs here, that were here way before we were, don't come here as often or even at all anymore because of the congestion and the concerns from the people not wearing their PPE, and as well as the congestion and even the fighting that is going on. I know I heard that they wanted to make an allowance for 25 cars, but I'm out there. And when I see that there's 25 cars, your council, I also see that there's a lot of bickering, fights, people banging other cars because they can't back out to turn around to leave. And so it's it's scary for me. And I have witnessed people getting into very bad fights out there because of the congestion of the cars. So I too beg that you would only allow no more than 10 cars to park at one given time. Thank you so much, your council and my chair. Thank you for hearing me.
And I've also had my fair share of encounters with loudmouth people. You'd think that with the current climate regarding social tensions would be enough to cause some people to be a little bit more discreet in their actions and their choice of words. But on 3 particular occasions since moving here, I've had racial abuse thrown my way as a result of defending my wife as well as my mom in these altercations. But one situation stands out to me the most, and I'll share it. Just before speeding off from a heated confrontation, and while OPP was actually on their way, one person screamed out the window, "You shouldn't have moved. You don't belong here."
Yeah.
So "you don't belong here" is a very profound statement. So who is that person to tell me, my family, whether we belong in Coastland or not? But you see the entitlements in which these individuals like to or speak with, it empowers them to the fact that they are not held accountable, we can say, for their actions. That's pretty much been historically here. They have not been reprimanded for the speeding, for the congested parking, for the dogs running at large. So please, we're imploring council to rise to the challenge and come to our aid by not only addressing the things that undermine our safety as well as our well-being, but to be intentional in disproving the baseless claims of that person who told us that we don't care. Thank you.
So to conclude, we just wanted to just ask for you to put yourselves in our position. We're honest people. We pay our taxes. We came here from Toronto to have a calmer life for our kids, and we're not experiencing that at all. We ask for you guys to please use your power in helping us with no parking signs along the road, for no more parking, parking for 8 to 10 cars at most, a speed limit to hopefully reflect no more than 25. And if council feels like it's feasible for speed bumps, we would welcome that as well. Thank you for hearing our concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you for your presentation. Everyone did an excellent job. Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your presentation this morning. I really appreciate how thoughtful and respectful your presentation was. And by the way, welcome to Puslinch. If no one said it to you before, we all come here sometime, and so I hope that we can help change your experience here in the township. I got to commend you. You're not just coming with explaining the problem, like our previous delegation. You're also, talking about potential solutions, and you're not talking about all or nothing. It's so much easier for us to deal with things when people are recognizing that there are multiple interests at play, and the fact that you haven't asked us to close things or stop other people from enjoying the natural environment really speaks volumes to your interest in the community overall, not just your own interests. And I think because of that, I think I would be fully supportive of staff coming back with a recommendation on how we can provide protection, not just for yourself, but you said you had some neighbors on I think there's 3 or 4 houses you said on the west side of Side Road 10 that are equally deserving of respect. And if we can accommodate the use of...
Lose me or did we lose him?
No, am I dead? Am I here?
Oh, you're back. Either I left or you left, but you're back.
Oh, okay. If staff can come up with a solution that can provide you with greater protection and still facilitate access to the natural environment, I think we've got a win-win. So thank you very much for bringing it to our attention. And I would support getting a recommendation from staff on how to address this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Councilor Goyda.
Thank you. And I'd like to echo Councillor Balmer's gratitude for coming here today and speaking about your concern. It's I'm very empathetic to what you're going through. It's difficult to hear that kind of behavior is happening in our township, and I'm certain that it's probably these social tensions are being exacerbated by the pandemic and desperation of people who can't go anywhere, and it's horrible. It's horrible that that's happened to you, and I, like I say, I feel empathetic. As Councillor Balmer said, I am glad to hear that you are not suggesting that that we just shut down the trail. I don't think that's the solution, and that you're open to working together to try and find solutions that allow the trail to be open and then allow people to continue to enjoy the outdoors while also keeping yourselves safe and enjoying the township that you moved to. So I would also be in support of the staff hopefully coming back with some solutions that can address many of the issues and hopefully make this a more enjoyable place for you to be.
Councillor Spoulos.
I'd like to echo the comments of the previous 2 councillors. I too welcome you with open arms into our township. This is a great place to be. I'm a refugee from Toronto, so I understand the good life here, and certainly I would support any motion that any council puts forward with respect to coming up with a solution that meets all or most of your requirements, at the same time gives you a more comfortable lifestyle where you are.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I'll echo the same comments as before, and just thank you for actually drawing my attention to this part of the township. It does look like a lovely place to come down and walk dogs on, and hopefully we can come up with just a good compromise where there's a safe place for people to park and to come and enjoy the trails that are there without disrupting the neighboring properties. So thanks for coming today.
Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you for coming. Welcome to the township. I mean, I'm an import as well. I mean, my parents came from Hamilton, so I've lived here my whole life, but they're from Hamilton and they moved here, I don't know, 40 years ago. So it's a great place to live. It's it's kind of have you ever seen the movie Fight Club? People didn't talk about Puslinch. It was kind of, you could just come here and live here as a secret little place close to the GTA. But anyways, and on that note, that's the trouble with technology in society today. We're in a pandemic. Nobody has anything to do. A simple Google search finds trails where, when I was young, the internet wasn't even invented. You had to find these out through word of mouth, through friends, and the use was now it's just within 30 seconds, I can Google trails and go for a walk. I'm walking trails in the last 2 years in this community that I had no idea were there by the same token of just Googling. So it is frustrating. I have concerns with building more parking down there. I don't know if building more parking is going to fix your problem. I think, but I'm looking forward to the report from staff. We do have to do what we can to ensure that you have access to your driveways, and I don't know what those answers are. So that coming back would be good, but again, on the enforcement issue, this council increased our bylaw hours substantially through the budget process over the last couple of years. And before, I forget what it was, but it wasn't much. It was maybe 8 hours a month or something like that. And now we're splitting a full-time bylaw officer. So I would encourage you, when you have your challenges, to first reach out to our bylaw. And if he's not in office, it's my belief that the OPP should respond, especially if they're blocking your driveway. You could have an emergency at any time. And I'm a full-time firefighter. I'm well aware of the size of the vehicles that need to be going in and out. And I know our apparatus are the same size here in Puslinch. And if you're not getting results from the OPP, then contact me, and I'm not saying I can get it fixed, but I'll inquire for you. So again, we're looking forward to a report from staff, and just keep your finger on the pulse of this, and we'll try to get back to you as soon as possible. We have a motion from council. Do you have one? Sorry, I thought Councillor Bulmer was going to say something.
Perhaps Courtney has something written, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The council received a delegation by Tierra and Dominic Brown regarding concerns relating to speed parking and signage on Side Road 10 North. And the council directs staff to report back with a recommendation on how parking can be better managed on this section of Side Road 10 North.
Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Goyda, seconded by Councillor Spoulos. All in favor? Councillor Bulmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
That's carried. So we'll look forward to that report.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
We
much for
appreciate
your
your
time.
time.
Rest of your day.
Letting
Thank
you know,
you.
Council, thank you very much.
Brown has left the meeting.
All right, Ms. Whitefox, we'll move to our next delegation, Mr. Taylor.
Has joined the meeting. Bruce Taylor has joined the meeting.
All right, Mr. Taylor, are you there? I don't hear him. Is anybody here? Matthew, I don't know how you make high or low of that. You pick up on certain little cues.
No,
there he is.
all right.
Mr. Taylor, you may start whenever you're ready.
Okay, my name is Bruce Taylor, and I'm a member of the training committee, and that's a committee of 5 members in the Puslinch, and the other members are Kate Dewasha, 268 Carter Road, and Helmuth Slisarenko. He says he lives in downtown Arkle, so he lives at the corner of Arkle and Watson. Then there's Professor Doug Auld at 131 Hume Road, and Fern Donaldson and Ivan at 974 Watson Road South, and myself. So we're a committee of 5 people. We're part of Concerned Citizens Puslinch, which is a group of 21 families. So our focus today is on the train, and I believe that you received the from us, the train committee, of Monday, April 5th. And so there's in total matters that we just like to summarize for you today, and hopefully you've been able to digest that. So, and we'll be trying to be very solution focused because We don't just want to discuss this, but we want to work with you and carry on the process where the CAO Push Lynch talks to the staff of the city of the Guelph Junction Railway. So the 7 matters. One is that we would request that the arc siding be closed. The second one is to stop the loading noise, and Councillor Goyda has spoken about that, how that's very loud and irritating. The third is stop the whistling, and I have a proposal for that because I followed the train yesterday through Arco and all through Guelph to Speedwell Avenue. The train blew its whistle as it passed through the 4 crossings in Arco. It never blew its whistle once, even a short whistle all through Guelph at very busy roads.
Bruce Taylor has left the meeting.
Oh, we lost him.
Bruce Taylor has joined the meeting.
Bruce, we lost you.
Oh, sorry.
Can you try turning your video off and just do audio for us, please? Might help.
Okay. 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 Now can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yep.
Now can you hear me? You can?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So the fourth one was to reduce the hours of the train. Transport Canada also regulates, of course, Pearson International Airport, and they close their operations from 12:30 at night until 6:30 in the morning. So that's was driven by the complaints of residents around Pearson International Airport. Well, we have the same rights here. The train, for example, 2 nights ago on Monday went through Arco at 12:40 in the morning across Carter Road, 12:46 across Arco Road, and 12:48 across Watson Road. That wakes a lot of people. The fifth one is to
lose him again.
Bruce Taylor has left the meeting.
Matthew, can you mute your mic, please?
Joined the meeting.
What's that?
Can you mute your mic, please?
Yeah, just a moment. It'll take me a second.
I'm hearing prompts from your audio device or whatever that is.
Oh, pardon me.
Yours.
okay.
Is he back?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So on the first point to close the Arco siding. Well, the Arco siding has been part of a train operation for many, many years, but it has changed dramatically in the last 3 years. Before that, residents said there would be perhaps 1 train a day. So now it's become a switching operation, and a switching operation is where you connect and disconnect cars. You change of the cars. And for it to do that in such a small area, it has to block Arco Road. As I reported to you like on March 7th, it blocked Arco Road for 24 minutes from 4:48 till 5:12 p.m. The maximum that Transport Canada allows a train to block a road is 5 minutes. It was way over 24 minutes. And it's not the fault of the engineer or even of the Guelph Junction Railway. The train has to go back and forth across Arco Road to be able to back into the siding to be able to couple or to what we call a switching operation. The point is simple. The siding is too small. It's unsuitable. And what is really the situation is that it's the case which has developed into a conflict between residential and industrial. And that's why we zone, of course, industrial areas to be separate from residential. We try to protect these areas as much as possible. Well, you can't move certain industrial areas, and you can't move, for example, the 401, and I feel for the people who live near the 401, but you can move a railway siding. And I think it's even been mentioned by James, the mayor, that perhaps a different site would be better. I also think it could be integrated into the other sidings through Guelph. If you want to know what size of siding you need, go to the corner of Victoria and Elizabeth Road, where the Guelph Junction Railway passes through. It will be an area that perhaps is 10 rails wide and has tens and tens of train cars. It has to be a large area to be able to connect and disconnect trains. And it doesn't block any roads, and it's in an industrial area. So That's actually against the law to block Arco Road under Transportation Act. That 5 minutes is a regulation as a result of an act of parliament, and so it is actually violates the law, and it can be reported to Transport Canada. We haven't reported it. We're going with the process. Our CAOs talk with each other. So that is a situation that is just too small and it's unsuitable for a switching operation. And there's lots of switching operations on this railway line all the way through to the northeast, the industrial west of Guelph. And of course, this Guelph train, no benefit to Push Lynch at all. And of course, it has an expense with the crossings. So now I'd like to just go on to the second point, stop the loading noise. Okay, the loading noise is from the motor, not the engine of the transport truck, motor on the transport truck that extracts the materials from the hopper cars. Now, as you know, Councillor Goyda knows, and others too, it's a very loud, irritating noise in our whole community. Now, I think that needs to be addressed, that motor needs to be changed. I just can't believe, and we can't believe as a committee, that the extraction of materials from hopper cars all over the world make that much noise. I expect that that's the root problem. I mean, if that siding was, or that transport truck met the hopper cars at a different place, where it's an industrial area or where it's further away from populated people, that would be different. So that's a huge problem. Now, stop the whistling. Let's call it actually maybe horn blast for a moment. It's referred to either on Transport Canada. I just want to tell you a very interesting story. Yesterday, it's sort of like the money follow the train. So I heard the train start to cross Hume Road. Long, short, long blasts, the regulated blasts of the horn. So I left my home on Boreham Drive and I drove down to stay ahead of the train to the corner of York and Victoria. The train blew its horn across the 4 crossings through Arco, long, short, long, which are very loud. And that's at Hume, Watson, Arco, Carter. And I had a resident confirm that, yes, that's what happened, because I had to leave to stay ahead of the train. So I drove down to York and Victoria. And there are flashing lights there, the same as in Arco, except for the train never blasted its horn once. The same train, about 10 tanker cars, 10 or 12, and 15 hopper cars and 2 locomotives. It crossed York Road with the flashing lights going and never blew its horn once, short or long. It crossed in a few years Victoria Road, never blasted its horn once. A locomotive even has a small bell on it. It never even rang that bell. The flashing lights were sufficient. I followed that train parallel to Elizabeth Street. There are about, and I could name them, but there's about 6 or 8 streets there. Some have stop signs, some have flashing lights. Train never blew its horn once, short or long. I then followed it to Macdonnell Street. Now, you know how busy Macdonnell Street is there with like the CN trestle above and so forth. Like cars sometimes accidentally can stop on the train tracks there. The train crossed there, never blew its horn once. I followed it, that's 4-lane road there. I followed it through to Aramosa Road, another 4-lane road. The train never blew its horn once, short or long. It actually rang its little bell because there were some pedestrians in front of the train, down the train track that was crossing the train. I followed that train behind the Guelph Youth Music Center and all through the residential area. That train never blew its horn once. I followed it all the way to Speedway Avenue. I interviewed 4 people that live right along the tracks in that area and asked them, like, does the train blow its horn like it does in Arco? And they said no. So Of course, that raises the question, why does the Guelph Junction Railway blast 4 loud, long blasts through the 4 relatively quiet vehicular crossings in Arco and does not sound short or long blasts at any, even heavy vehicular and pedestrian crossings all through Guelph? That's our question. That's our question. And of course, like on Monday night, 2 nights ago, it blasted those long, short longs at 12:48 in the morning. That wakes us up, a whole community. Meanwhile, in a densely populated city, you would think they'd have more reason to blast the horn. They don't blast the horn at all. So the double standard here. And we want to know the answer for that, because we want to be treated the same as the people in Guelph. Now, reduce the hours of the train. Again, Pearson International Airport is the largest airport in Canada, can regulate its hours of operation. We hope that this small train in Guelph here and Pushlinch can regulate hours too, that we would all agree to, and that can be discussed by everybody. The 5th point is to know the cargo of the train. And it's not just the cargo, it's the quality of the tankers. So the cargo is, you'll usually see a yellow vertical stripe. That means oxidizers, which is usually bleach. But it can mean other things. And oxidizers can have a certain hazardous classification and also be flammable. And so I think it's important for Pushlinch to know what are the materials that are being shipped through and how hazardous they are, and whether they're flammable or not. Now, the other part is the tanker car itself. The Guelph Junction Railway, some of the, and I would say many, but some of the tanker cars are .111As. On the Transport Canada website, you'll see that they state that those are the least safe of all tanker cars. They've already been phased out for crude oil, and they're being phased out totally for any commodity in the very near future. The date is actually by the minister been updated more and more, so it's very soon. They were replaced with the .117. You will see those sometimes too, but the .111A is a tanker with no internal tanker. It just has one tank. The .117 has 2 tanks, so that if there is a train derailment and the train cars hit each other, especially on their ends, an A end hits a B end, it can puncture it, but in the .117s, there's an interior tank too, so it's less likely for there to be an environmental spill.
Sure. Mr. Taylor, Mr. Taylor, yes. You're past your 10 minutes by a couple minutes, so if you can comment on your last few points relatively quickly, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And sorry, I lost track of time. The last one is just to move the thousands of railway ties along the railway line from Mulpey right through. You can see them if you go like to York Road and so forth, or any of these roads. And they got creosote in them. We would never allow a corporation to allow their garbage, which basically it is, to be just left. It pollutes the environment, and it does pollute the soils and affects the animals. And those just need to be cleaned up. So that's the whole presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor. We just have quite a lengthy agenda ahead of us. Not to take away from your presentation. Thank you so much, Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I appreciate the reiteration of the information you provided to us in writing a week or so ago. It seems to me, from what I understand, staff have started discussions with the City of Guelph. Those are going well. It sounds like the city's listening. And I appreciate that you put a few more details around the issues that you had shared with us previously. And I trust staff will continue to work through that list and keep council informed and maybe get some answers to some of those questions that you've raised. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Goyda.
Thanks again, Bruce, for coming, for bringing this up. I definitely can relate to many of the issues you're speaking to, especially as it relates to the noise. I'm not sure if you have seen that further down in our agenda today, that there is a report from staff that speaks to sort of where things are at and where things are going with discussions with the city of Guelph and the Guelph Junction Railway. And it sounds like they're being very receptive to that conversation. And so I know that it sometimes seems like things take a long time, but I just hope that you can be patient and allow the work to take place, because I think, you know, things are moving along and they are being receptive. So hopefully we'll have some solutions and some answers to some of these questions in the very near future. So thank you again.
Councillor Spillis?
Hi, Bruce, thanks for coming by and giving us your in-depth analysis. You certainly have done a lot of homework, and I commend you for doing all this great work. And I'm sure it will put our CAO in a good stead when we has discussions with the Grand Junction Railway people. Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to move a motion when appropriate that this information be passed on to the CAO for its discussion with the Grand Junction Railway officials.
Sure, I'll just let Councillor Bailey comment and myself, and then I'll come back to you, okay?
Thank you.
Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, thank you, Bruce, for coming today. You certainly have done a lot of research into this and helped educate on a lot of these topics. I do sympathize with a lot of this that's happening in the backyard there. One issue about the whistle, as you're speaking, it's making me question why the trains have a whistle, and you know, I can only assume it's for safety reasons, and maybe it has to do with the speed the train is going. So I would hate to lose safety, you know, in exchange just for quiet. So that's sort of an issue I would like to look into a little bit more. And I do like your concerns you've raised about knowing what the cargo is. So yeah, I'm just hoping through these conversations that we're having with the Guelph Junction Railway that we can get some of these answers sorted out. So thanks again for coming today.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bailey. I have some similar concerns with the whistling, Mr. Taylor. If it's a courtesy that they're providing to the Guelph residents and they're actually in violation of rail transport law, for lack of a better term, and then we request that courtesy and then somebody dies at that crossing, is that something we're willing to do? My understanding, I'm not an expert, I went for a ride on the St. Jacobs train. I think it's not running any further after they put the LRT, and that long, short, long is an industry standard to indicate to motorists that a train is approaching. That's why they're legislated to do it. And if the engineer is choosing not to do that in the city of Guelph, in violation of something, that's his prerogative or her prerogative. But for us to ask for that to be reciprocated, I have some challenges with, especially with the rural roads and the speeds. However, it's worth inquiring, getting staff to ask what the true situation is. And so I'm in agreement with Councillor Bailey that if this is removing the safety component, then you know I don't think that's wise for the corporation to request that. It also that noise of unloading those. I don't know if it's the truck that has the pump or not. That's a specific pump, and it's very similar to a concrete powder truck. It's very loud. I don't know if there's a replacement for it, but that's something I believe that the staff should focus on. I have an email from the I don't know if he's the CAO of the railway stating that siding was going to be used for storage only, and now they're using it for offloading. So that's a concern of mine. I forwarded that to the CAO for him to include in his conversations that are going well. My other concern is the driveway access. I don't know if they went to the county to get approval for a driveway for those transport trucks pulling in and out of there. So I'd also like the staff to incorporate that into their, and Councillor Spillis, I'm sure you're taking mental notes on this. I want that included in the motion. So other than that, I'm looking forward to staff coming back. They're still working with it, and I appreciate all the work you've put into it. And I'll go back to Councillor Spillis for his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move a motion that the presentation points made by the deputant be provided to our CEO for his discussions with the Grand Junction Railroad staff and including the 2 points raised by our mayors as well, be included in the discussions with the Grand Junction Railway.
Off Junction Railway, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Let's move by Councillor Spillis, seconded by anybody? Councillor Goyda, you're the only one I can see. All right, all in favor. Councillor Bulmer, you still there?
Yes,
All right, all in favor? Councillor Bulmer?
in favor.
Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
Councillor Spillis?
In favor?
Councillor Bailey?
I'm in favor. I'm just unclear of what the wording of it is.
Of the whole resolution?
Yeah.
All right, Councillor Spillis, you want to try to?
Sure. It's that the points raised by the deputant be provided to our CAO, as well as the 2 points made by our mayor be provided to the CAO for his discussions with the Grand Junction, Guelph Junction Railway staff.
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. In favor. That.
Excellent. All right, thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Yes, you too. Thank you all.
All right, council. We're going to go to the planning department document, and oh gosh, I didn't mark it. Ms. White Fox, which number is that?
Sorry, I can get the page number here for you just in one moment, but it's 9.4.1. And it is page,
397.
yes, 397. Thank you, Councillor Spillis.
All right. And is it Zach?
Yes, we have Zach Prince here from the county.
Give me a second. I'm trying to work 2 computers. Okay, where is he? There he is, Zach. How are you today?
Good. Yourself?
Great, I'm doing well. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council, and thanks for accommodating me presenting here. The committee or council may be familiar with Slavensky Park in the township of Puslinch. The address is 4408 Side Road 25 North. The applicant has requested the removal of a holding bylaw provision, which was applied to the property when the new Puslinch 2018 zoning bylaw came into place. So the previous zoning bylaw and the current zoning bylaw currently permits 60 seasonal trailers on the site. The holding bylaw provision was put in place to allow an additional 40 trailers on site, subject to the MOE approval of a septic system. That new system has been approved by the MOE and it's subsequently been installed on site. So the applicant is requesting the holding bylaw provision be removed. The application has been reviewed by the township consultants and planning staff and generally have no concerns with the application. I'll just note that the zoning bylaw currently only permits the 60 trailers, even when the holding bylaw is removed. So in a future housekeeping amendment, we would clarify that now that this holding bylaw is removed, 100 trailers would be permitted on the site. But that's a separate process than this holding bylaw removal. And I think that kind of gives a brief summary of what this application is for, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Zach. Councillor Bulmer?
Thank you. No, I don't have any questions. It seems pretty straightforward, and any issues I think will be captured through the site plan control process. So thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Goyda?
I have no questions. Thanks.
Councillor Spillis?
I have no questions. I'm good. Thank you.
Councillor Bailey?
Nope, no questions.
Okay, I guess that was an easy one. Ms. Hoyfox, you have a resolution for that one?
Yes. That county planning recommendation report Slavinsky Park holding provision be received and that council give 3 readings to bylaw 2021-029 being a bylaw to amend the township zoning bylaw as amended.
You can move it for that, please.
I'll move.
Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor Goida. All in
I will.
favor? Oh, I'll get you next time, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Bomer? In
In
favor?
favor?
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
Councillor Spillis?
In favor.
And Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Excellent. Ms. Hoyfox is thanks, Zach. Appreciate it. Is Ivan available? Go next.
Yes, he is.
Council-
I'll just move him over now.
So let me find that one now. So we're going to go to 933, and that is page like 335. Good to go, Matthew?
Yep, all good.
10-4. All right. Hi, Ivan.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well because I'm not homeschooling today.
Yep, I can imagine as well. Well, thank you for having me today. It's been quite a busy day for me. I was just over at the Guelph Aramosa Committee of the Whole, and now moving over to council here, and just gonna have to excuse me. I will be brief with my presentation, as I have 2 kids to take care of after this. Just bringing back a proposal for a parking bylaw amendment. So staff has looked at the parking situation at the Aberfoyle Public School, and we have identified further issues with the parking on Old Brock Road. The parking on Old Brock Road, it seems to be a little bit congested with vehicles parking on both sides of the road. And this is on the west side of the street and creates a bit of a tunnel where vehicles are not able to pass through with ease, and emergency vehicles or the school buses, it makes it very difficult for them to go through this area and creates a bit of a safety issue. And as Ms. DiMatteo mentioned in her presentation, school safety is our staff #1 priority. And as part of being able to accommodate a future crossing guard, we got to make sure that the parking situation on Old Brock Road is at its optimal condition, where it will support the safety of all kids and parents that are taking their kids to school. So what staff is generally proposing with this minor amendment is that the parking on the south side of Old Brock Road, and this is from number 16 Old Brock Road, which is the others of the school, moving west to the western limit of Old Brock Road, is limited to only be permitted on the north side. And so that means the south side will be prohibited parking between the hours of 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. and between 2:30 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. to support the drop off and the pickup times, and so parents can do so safely. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. I have some recommendations that I'd like council to consider. So I'll go around the room first, and then I'll drop these recommendations on you. Councillor Bomer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Ivan. I appreciate the work and the attention you're putting into the issue at the school. I don't have any questions with that, but Mr. Chair, if I could, I would like to discuss Niska Road after we've discussed the school, the Old Brock Road. So thank you.
That's great. Just remind me, Matthew, so I don't forget, please. Like when we get out after this conversation.
Will do.
Councillor Goida.
Thank you. I guess I'm open to hearing, Mayor Sealy, any potential recommendations you may have to change this. I really feel that I'm not the expert as to what takes place here before and after school, but I was hoping that maybe someone could help me understand where the school buses, when the school buses drop kids off in front of the school or pick them up at the end of the day, where are they? Where are the buses going so that I can understand? I think that's the piece of the puzzle that's missing to me to understand what takes place here on a daily basis.
Do you want me to conquer that one, Ivan, or do you know? I know.
I definitely try to explain based on my talks with the school bus drivers. I believe that the buses are moving west on Old Brock Road. This is why we had the proposal that parking is prohibited on the south side to allow for the school buses to pass through that area as well as emergency vehicles. Unless you know something that I don't, Mr. Mayor.
Hold on, Councillor Goyda. Courtney, so Councillor Goyda, you have the map up on your laptop?
Yep.
All right, so you see the yellow box for the school?
Yeah.
You see where the small piece of red starts on the north side of the road?
Yeah.
Then there's the driveway.
Yeah.
Beginning of that second red line is where school buses park, and around that green island, some on the school property and on the road. So they're all parking in that general vicinity.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And then they head, what do you call it, west?
West, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess my question is the very small section of parking that's being allowed across from the driveway entrance to the school on the south side is not, and again, I don't know, I'm no expert, but is that not causing some additional congestion if people are parking there or letting their kids off there, crossing the street in what's generally the same area as where the school bus is loading and unloading, is my question.
And part of what I want to talk about might address those concerns. And I didn't want to go first because it kind of
Okay.
the council. So I have some clever solutions to some of these issues. So is it okay if we just go on, Councillor Goyda, and then I'll do another round?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Spose?
I think my concerns are probably similar to Councillor Goyda's and yours. Intuitively, you say to yourself, well, why are we allowing any cars through on Brock Road to park during school bus movement? So that's the essence of my comment, and perhaps Mr. Mayor, yours would mirror that as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Councillor Bailey?
Thank you. Just for clarification too, for Councillor Goyda's information, that across the road there, it is a widening of the road. So I think that's why Ivan's proposed keeping parking allowed where there is more space. So in my mind, that actually seems to make a little bit of sense. But I am also interested just to see if there's any other suggestions, but I would be comfortable with how it is right now.
Okay, so I'll conquer Cockburn first, and no disrespect intended, Ivan, but I feel it's a narrow road. So first off, I feel that there shouldn't be any parking by residents in their personal vehicles between those hours. We just discussed with the delegate that there's close calls turning right. So if you want to fix that problem, nobody's allowed to park up there. So that's the first one. So Cockburn, if everybody can see that, the green there, I would recommend that is red between the hours as well. If it's outside of those hours, then you can park there because there's only going to be one or two cars, and you know, people that are parking there sometimes it's a mountable curb. They're parking on people's lawns and stuff, so it's not. I don't think it's a great place to facilitate parking. So in conversations with Councillor Bailey, some parents, and the principal, drop off is a concern. Where on the south side of the road, just past the yellow line is the green parking permission. And that's where it's maybe intended to have a drop-off location, but then the kids have to cross the road in front of school buses that would be going west. So I've spoke with the principal, and our thoughts is that the green area that is permissive of parking on the north side will only be permitted to park for school buses. So we move the school, so the whole area is going to be no parking for residents' vehicles. The school bus, and then have an exemption for school buses. The school buses park along the sidewalk, because my concern with it the way it is now, people opening their doors are going to impede our sidewalk that we just created and push pedestrians onto front lawns. Whereas a school bus is a bifold door, it won't impede the sidewalk as it opens, and people can, and the little kids can get on the bus or carry on to the PCC. Then, if you're moving east, on the current plan, it goes red, then we have a driveway, then the red line starts again right by that island, which is essentially across the street from where Councillor Bailey is indicating that the road widens. We create on the school side a drop-off zone. So the intention is that cars would come up Cockburn, park beside the little island that you see there. They drop their kid off. The kid doesn't have to walk in front of school buses or is automatically on the property, and then enter school. So that's the recommendation. And then also with the principal, we're looking at creative ways to, at the end of our sidewalk that we created, make a little barrier that kind of herds the kids onto the property instead of onto the driveway, if that makes sense. So then they would walk up the sidewalk. They wouldn't be able to walk in front of the buses. They would just have to be directed to the left onto the school property. So in summary, no cars allowed to park on any of those roads on this map. We create a drop-off zone around the island. Does that make sense, Ivan, what I'm calling the island? So then parents can come up Cockburn, they wheel over, kid jumps out, they carry on. And then the prohibition is an exemption for school buses. That gives the principal the tools to adjust where the school buses load and unload, and it'll be a kind of a work in progress to see what works. So that's a lot. And I'll go to Councillor Bomer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sounds very creative. So I have no issues with it. Nothing springs to mind as an immediate problem. Thank
you. Okay. Councillor Gwynna.
Yeah, I mean, I really like that idea. I think that's very creative, and I think that solves a lot of issues. It's similar. I feel bad that I am not able to speak of experience because my kids don't go to this school, but at the school that my kids do go to, they have they call it the kiss and drop, and it's a dedicated area where parents actually have to stay in their car, and there's a school staff member who assists in getting the kids out as they drop and bring the kids into the schoolyard and keeps the flow of traffic moving along. So I think if the school is willing to assist in that way and helping to get kids out of the cars quickly and cars moving along, then that sort of solves the problem for the need for having parking on those streets. So I would suspect that it may need some modifications as it's put into practice, and it might sort of be a work in progress to see how it goes. But to me, it sounds like it is a solution that could work to solve all these issues.
Okay, Councillor Spools.
Yes, Mayor, I commend you for taking the initiative and speaking of principle and looking at this in detail. Yeah, no, intuitively, I've always said it doesn't make sense to have cars and buses mixing, and your solution provides that, albeit you have a drop-off zone and will require people to drop off the kids and move off. But I'm happy with what you're proposing.
Okay, Councillor Bailey, she's my harshest critic. Let's see how it goes.
Sorry, I have two comments. My initial reaction to having the buses all parked along there, I like that idea. I'm trying to picture all the kids coming out and getting onto their buses and parents coming in the opposite direction along the sidewalk to come meet their kids. So you're going to get a lot of congestion along the sidewalk now where lots of kids are coming out and parents are coming in. You know where I'm referring to?
Yeah, I might respectfully disagree
So
because
that's
parents should arrive before the kids come out of school. Maybe the odd one would be coming up late, you know, we're all human.
Yeah, okay.
Right, but.
Yeah, so as long as parents can, and then where are the parents congregating to meet their kids? That's kind of the bottleneck concern right now.
Are they not allowed on the school property? Can they not?
Well,
okay.
usually the buses, well, that might work because usually the buses are all in there. And so no, the parents actually, either they walk around the back and meet their kids, or they kind of congregate right at the entrance and they wait for their kids to come out. But that's, you know, that can be figured out, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I think it's a living thing, you can try it. And...
Yeah, essentially, we're creating a one-way. We're creating traffic coming up Cockburn and left on Old Brock Road, and you're sort of setting up a one-way system. And I'm wondering if we should be going down that road,
well,
no pun
let's
intended.
see how it works, and because it does facilitate the cars that are up there getting out at the traffic signal, which is
yeah,
it's a better situation. And Cockburn is a little tricky. I mean, I've come out of it a few times, but the only thing I would also entertain is maybe the drop-off zone being on both sides of across from that island. That's where the road gets wider. I don't know if parents, if they feel comfortable letting their children, but then again, that will now mean two-way traffic. So I would leave that up to Ivan to decide at first, you know, for maybe a trial period or something. But
as long as Cockburn doesn't get all backed up, like if we're talking, 40 cars at 8:29 in the morning trying to come up Cockburn, you don't want then traffic congestion out onto Brock Road. But again, we won't know until we try it. So
speaking with the principal, even on the crossing guard situation, there was lengthy discussion on the need in the morning, because in the morning, everybody's arriving at a different time, whether it's 30 seconds apart or a minute, because of everybody's own schedule. So it doesn't seem to be even the masses crossing the road, it's piecemeal. So for drop off, and listen, this is my little pet project, and obviously I want to advocate for it, but I feel the drop off would work well because of that. They're not sticking around. They're in and out, a bunch of ants coming and going. So, but if it becomes an issue, then Ivan will come back and say, Mr. Mayor, that was silly. That's not good.
Just to clarify, Cockburn would just be for timed, like only red during morning and afternoon. Is that right?
That's my intention, is that so the no stoppings would stay in place, and then there'd be no parking prohibition everywhere else during those times. So then
I did have a resident, sorry.
Well,
I just had a resident bring to my attention over parking for the antique market happens along Cockburn on weekends. So you just don't want to prevent that either.
Well, it's just through the school times, I believe, and then it's also through the school year.
Okay,
so
good.
The antique market's running through the summer. That's outside of the. See, Ivan nodding.
Yep,
okay.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. School, I believe the parking is Monday to Friday only.
Right, and that supports the other local businesses too, because there's a spa there, and if you come for get your nails done, Jessica, or whatever girls do, and you need to park, then you can. You just can't. I can't go for my pedicure when the school buses are going to be there. That's all. It's so even for that business or any other business, get an appointment that day. You're just going to have to park over at the community center and just take a 2-minute walk. It's all good. Okay. Any further questions on this one?
Just wanted to add, Mr. Mayor, I think that is definitely an excellent idea, and we could see how it works when it's put into practice. I do think there has a lot of merits to it, and I think it will provide for a safer solution for a drop-off, especially when roads are narrow, such as Cockburn and Old Brock Road. And this way, the traffic that's facilitated in this area, at least it will offer parents an ability to do a drop-off if they want. I mean, to reduce capacity, but at the end, the result is them being able to drop off their kids in a safe manner.
Thank you. And I don't want to take away anything that you propose. Like from what I'm seeing, what you propose, you're trying to facilitate more parking for our community, and and I commend you for that. And I'm taking that away. I apologize for blowing up your plan and the work that you did into it, but I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Mayor.
Further comments? Anyone? Hands? All right. Councillor Bailey?
Have a question. Could I maybe make a request that we notify the residents around there? I've had a little bit of feedback from a resident that was very surprised when all the signs went up, and she didn't have any indication that it was coming. So I'm not sure if we can just sort of notify them of the current changes or what they can expect for the signage on their lawns or whatever's happening.
Absolutely. I think we can notify all the residents in the area. That way they have a clear expectations of what staff is planning to bring forward.
Great, thank you.
Which reminds me, and I meant to mention this to our delegate, Megan. She mentioned they were going to distribute the map, which I think is going to be this one that's proposed to the parents in regards to the crossing guard and the parking. So Ms. Hoyt-Fox, we may, if we could, just send her a quick email indicating that that map will be changing, and she may not want to distribute that quite yet. Ivan, can I just have you just explain your understanding of what we've I was just going to get Ivan to explain what he understands what we discussed just right now around Cockburn, Noldbrock Road. Can your question wait till after that, Councillor Bulmer?
Yes, it relates to the school issue, so yes.
Okay, Mr. Vinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my understanding is that parking will be prohibited on Cockburn Street between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. and 2:30 to 3:30 p.m. And then as well as Old Brock Road, the only parking area that will be essentially permitted is the widening of on the road to the north and the south side, and the rest of Old Brock Road would also be considered no parking for anything other than the school buses.
So the widening of where the road widens, it wouldn't be permissive of parking, be permissive of drop off. Is there a difference between those two things?
In my understanding, I mean, unless there is either a parking prohibition by no parking signs or no stopping prohibition, there's no way to legally say that you're only allowed to drop off. There could be signs suggesting this is a drop off area, but there's no way to enforce that. Just for the clarification of council that when there is no parking signs in place, technically a vehicle can stop and drop off. And as long as they're engaged in active loading and or unloading, they're not in violation. But if the moment the vehicle is stagnant and not engaged in any of these activities, or the vehicle is left unattended, it's in violation of that no parking sign.
So I would suggest that we mark it all, even where the road goes widening, no parking. And then on the north side by that island, if we could install drop-off zone or something signs. So encourage them to drop off there. And then the parts that we're adding no parking should actually be no stopping zones. Because if they stop wherever you've indicated green or yellow on your mapping and engage in unloading their kids, they're not in violation of the no parking. So really it should be a no stopping on all of Cockburn, no between those hours a day, no stopping on the north side of Old Brock Road, buses exempted, and no stopping on the south side of Old Brock Road, correct?
That would be the best way to enforce. That's correct.
Okay, let's do that. So Councillor Bulmer, I'll go to you and go around. Nope, you just heard the kind of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the creativity that's gone into this, but I can't help but think of a comment that Councillor Goyda made as part of the crosswalk discussion, and that was that when we're pushing we need that. One of the things that's driving the demand for a crossing guard is we're pushing parking over to the community center. So I'm thinking, should we perhaps phase in this creative change so that when we're going to push all the parking across the road, we don't push all the parking across the road until we have it in conjunction with the crossing guard, so that we maybe do what we can to accommodate what Ivan is proposing now, to accommodate safe parking if the school reopens prior to us having a crossing guard. But once there's a crossing guard, make everybody aware that this will be the plan going forward. This is the plan that the crossing guard will facilitate, if you understand what I'm getting at.
I appreciate your efforts, Matthew. I would prefer to get this in place, and then maybe the direction would be to Ivan that if we don't have the crossing guard in place in September, then Ivan can go up and do some public education that, hey, this is coming, you can park here now until we have the crossing guard, but once we have the crossing guard in place, we're going to enforce these rules as proposed today. I would rather go in now one way than keep changing the rules. This would be a third time. That would be a third time the rules change. That'd be frustration.
Understood. I was just wanted to thinking of phasing it in, but it's so we can facilitate the pushing of the cars off of Old Brock Road safely. That's also. Thank you.
Okay. Awesome. Councillor, where am I? Where'd you go? Oh yeah, Councillor, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm supportive of doing it this way, and I'm very hesitant to say that the kids will be going back to school before September anyways, so it may not even matter. But I think you're right. By changing it and then changing it again, it's just adding too much confusion. So if we're just going to do it, let's just do it.
Councillor Spose?
I agree. It's let's do it once and eliminate any confusion. And I'm confident the staff can find the crossing guard. I don't see that as a big issue. There's all kinds of retired people who would be willing to do this work.
Are you volunteering?
I got a job as a counselor.
Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I'm still sort of fixated on the buses being parked along there. Do we know if they will fit without blocking driveways?
That's a valid point, but I mean, the principal can park some buses still on their property, right? There's going to probably be a hybrid.
I see.
I could go measure, but
that's okay. I think speaking to Matthew's point about phasing in, once those buses go along there, you've phased out any parking on that side. So that's kind of the first step. But yeah, I think we should just go for it, try it out, and see how it goes.
Okay. Ivan, I'm just gonna, for clarification, one more thing. The new drop-off zone by the island, whether we do both sides of the street or not is, I'll leave that up to your discretion. I would prefer the drop-off zone be on the north side initially, and then if it's not sufficient and we start seeing some backlog, like Councillor Bailey said, down on Cockburn, then maybe we open it up to the other side. But because those are going to be drop-off zones, then they would have to be marked as no parking, right? And then the rest of it would be no stopping, but I think you have a good handle on it. So I'll get a motion, please, from council for that recommendation. Ms. White Fox, did you capture most of that?
I did. I had one point of clarification, Mr.
Sure.
Chair. Is the intention to pass the bylaw with the revisions as discussed today, or are you wanting to see a revised bylaw back at the next council meeting before passing?
I was hoping to pass it today, but I'll ask Ivan what he'd prefer.
I'm okay with passing it today with the revisions, and I will just have that back for you, Mr. Mayor, at the earliest opportunity.
Okay, head nods, council comfortable with that?
Yeah, I would like to discuss NISCA before we leave it completely.
Yeah, I'll just get this resolution for the, oh, yeah, it's part of the parking. Go ahead. So, Ms. Hoy Fox, just let's hear what Councillor Bulmer has to mention, and then we'll do that resolution. Go ahead, Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The current proposal in the bylaw is to prohibit parking on both the north and south side of Niska Road from the bridge over the Speed River to Whitelaw Road. On the north side, adjacent to the bridge, is a former snowplow turnaround that is no longer used. I believe Guelph Aramasa used to use that to turn around their snowplows, but now the city of Guelph can cross the bridge, so that snowplow turnaround is no longer used, and that connects to the same trail that goes to Side Road 10. And we've heard about the problems with the congestion of parking on Side Road 10, and I was one small modification to the suggestion about the no parking on Niska Road would be remain or retain the full prohibition on the south side of Niska, but on the north side change the description from being from Whitelaw Road to the former snowplow turnaround, so that that area can be used to relieve some of the pressure from that the neighbors are experiencing down on Side Road 10. Since it's the same trail, and some people may want to take advantage of that trail, which goes on not on the roadside, but in the fields there on the north side of the road. So that's the only minor change I'd like.
Thank you. Do we technically need a seconder for that? I think we can just discuss it. Councillor Goida.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Councillor Spoulos.
I'd like to suggest that that be referred to staff to look at implementing that rather than us making decision. I'm not sure of all the safety ramifications. I would hesitate to say something and then find out later that it's a problem. So I'd rather have Council Blomer's suggestion be reviewed by staff in conjunction with the Side Road 10 North issues.
Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, sorry, I tend to agree with that. I'm just trying to look at a map here and see what the snowplow turnaround looks like. So I guess I don't have enough knowledge here to know whether that again would be safe or to work, but I'm open to that.
Yeah, it might be
so
tough to see on maps there, Councillor Bailey. I've actually utilized that snowplow when I worked for Guelph Aramasa. It's not very large, but I like where Councillor Spoulos is going with this. I would be more inclined to have, if possible, I think it's quite marshy there and probably protected land, but I would be more inclined to increase the parking there if staff reports back that it's safe and all the good stuff, then do it at the end of 10 Side Road, because then you'd be providing people to walk the same trails, but in a different location, and then hopefully take some of the pressure off those individuals living on that 10 Side Road dead end versus putting more cars down there. So, Councillor Bomer, I saw you nodding your head. Are you comfortable with staff reporting back on that, and then we'll maybe amend the parking bylaw for that?
Oh, absolutely. That was why I mentioned the two together. I think they're related. It's the same trail. I think it needs to be discussed, as Councillor Spoulos said, as one issue. It's I just didn't want us to be putting in place something, as we said before, change it now and then change it again. We have the delegation day, and I think this could help address their concern, as well as spread out the access. So,
Ivan, what challenges does that present to you, if any? If essentially we're going to implement no parking along there, and then we're going to be coming back with a report possibly saying change the signs. And I guess I'd pose that to Mr. Fowler. If the plan was to install a bunch of new signage, should we put a pause on that? If you two could comment on that, please.
Just wanted to clarify, Mr. Mayor. So the parking on Niska Road, the prohibition was already put in place, I would say, probably 2 meetings ago. So this is not a new proposal within this bylaw amendment. So signs have actually been put in place, I believe, by the city of Guelph. We haven't been able to clarify exactly, but there are currently no parking signs there from the bridge to that turnaround on the north side. And I believe if we are going to be permitting parking there, we would just be removing some of those signs. So it shouldn't be an issue at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Fowler, I assume you don't have any issues with that. Okay, so do we have the resolution, Ms. White Fox, to incorporate Councillor Bulmer's concerns around Niska?
Yes, I can just read you the draft.
Please.
The report ADM 2021-023 regarding the proposed parking amendments to parking bylaw 5000-05 as amended be received, and that the neighboring properties of Aberfoyle School be notified of the changes to the parking bylaw and of the signage being installed, and that staff review and report back on the parking restrictions on Niska Road as part of the Side Road 10 parking investigation to determine if the restrictions can be revised to include the portion of the road from Whitelaw Road to the former snowplow turnaround, and that council gives 3 readings to bylaw 2021-028, including the revisions as discussed, being a bylaw to amend the parking bylaw 5000-05 as amended.
Okay, can I get a mover for that?
Yeah,
Councillor Willis, I'll let you second it, Councillor Bulmer, and then if you have a comment, you
I'll
can go.
second it.
Okay, do you have a?
Yes, just to clarify, the proposed amendment that I was talking about was that it would not to be included on the north side, but to reduce the restriction on the north side to be from Whitelaw Road to the former snowplow turnaround.
Thank you, Councilor Bulmer. I've replaced the words include with reduce.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so you're in favor, Councillor Bulmer? Yep.
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
Okay, Councillor Willis?
In favor.
Okay, Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, in favor.
Okay, that's carried. Thanks, Ivan.
Mayor,
Enjoy the rest of your day.
thank you very much.
Take care. Where'd my list go? Ms. White Fox, is it the Cambridge Humane Society that wanted to be moved up next?
Yes, we have the director of the Cambridge Humane Society, Michelle, here with us. I'll just move her over.
Can you, there it is. That is item number 932, and I have page 320. After this one, we'll take a break quickly. Hello, Michelle. Oh, you're muted. There we go. Nice to see you.
To see you as well.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Courtney's going to pull up the presentation. Thank you, Courtney. So I wanted to just give you a brief overview, tell you a little bit about it, because I've been the ED there for 2 years. And we've had some changes over with some of our animal service officers. So I thought it was an opportunity to come in and introduce ourselves. One of my biggest focuses of running the organization now is all about customer service. And we have developed our circle of care, really doing a lot more community outreach and trying to make sure that the community itself knows we're there when they need us. So besides the shelter work, I also have the contract for the City of Cambridge for animal services as well as personal care this time.
Sorry, Michelle, you're muted again.
Little window. My apologies. So I have been around in the not-for-profit sector in a leadership position for over 2 decades. I have had experience working for other humane societies. I was the ED in Guelph Humane Society, so I also managed animal services for Guelph, had a good working relationship with them, and also I managed the OSPCA agents. I've also worked in the Hamilton SPCA, and now I'm with Cambridge Humane Society. I apologize every time I go on, my dog decides it's time to bark at something. I think one of the things, my strengths is that I love the financial analysis and data analysis. So I'm a data hound, and I really like to start dig in there and start to make sure we're looking at the numbers and we can make some informed decisions. So under Post Lynch Township, I wanted you to meet the team. We have had some changes, but this is our current team, and I will go forward with the next one. Trying to unmute, sorry. And so any of the officers that you're going to see in your township are these particular officers. These are currently the bylaws in which we enforce, and we are working 24/7, 365. What we're seeing is mostly dogs running at large, but we're getting more and more reports in the township of aggressive dogs. We also have had a lot of concerns over the side road 10, the off leash, people putting their dogs off leash, and a lot of altercations between dogs. So we've been monitoring that as well. What we're finding is when we do have a patrol present in that area, people all of a sudden will leash up their dogs, but it's going to become a serious problem if we start to see more and more dog bites. We're already seeing a few dog bites, and one of them in particular is very serious that we're working through DOLA with. So we also look after the injured wildlife, and we're looking at the DOA dead on arrival for wildlife on public property. Domestic animals who die in the house, we don't get called very often, but we do have that service, and we are also linked to Gateway Pet Services in Guelph, so that if someone doesn't have a veterinarian and they need someone, we will go out to the township, we will pick up the animal, we will take care of the animal in our morgue until we can work with the client the next day, and when they're not so upset, and then we can go through that process. And then we have the administrative support for dog licensing now through DocuPet. There is an opportunity for us to also do, notice that there's also an exotic bylaw. That's certainly something that we can do here. We have networks of looking for a lot of wildlife rehab and also reptiles. So that would be something we'd be interested in also assisting with. If the township decides to go with caring for not only injured dogs and those with injured cats, we can certainly be supporting that as well. And I just wanted to do a little bit of did you know? I'm sure you know the demographics, but 28,000 acres, and that we're there between 28,000 acres of land, 24/7. Cambridge and Post Lynch is what we sort of cover. There's 5 officers that cover that distance. Our response time to Post Lynch has been really good. The only thing that would slow us down is if we were called up by fire or police and we had to respond to an emergency. Otherwise, we stay within that window that is in our current contract. We work hard every day and are happy to serve our community and proud to assist other organizations within it. We're all about partnerships, and any new partnerships to rehabilitate wildlife is a first response for us, and only humane euthanasia if we cannot find it cannot be rehabilitated. We recently just partnered with and went through a tutorial with the Ontario Conservation Center, Turtle Conservation Center, sorry, and it's incredible the work that they're doing and what they're able to save. And now that we're seeing a lot more turtles on the road, we now have another resource. I'm big on professional development. So one of the things I'm doing right now is we're looking at a 30-hour online training program for each officer to do on their own time. That's definitely going to deal with a lot more legislation and DOLA and making sure we're up to date on anything that's regulatory and new, and also about self-defense, right? What's the safest way for them to be approaching the community? We love to care about the animals, and we do work as a team to achieve the best possible outcome for each and every call. We have an online call center, so we're there 24/7 over hours. So after about 5:30, we have a call center that's specific to our needs and knows how to do the triage. So they're either referred to our website. We now have a dog reporting system online for people in Cambridge, and we're going to be making that available for Post Lunch as well, so that if it's off hours and you don't want to leave a message with the call center and have the officer respond the next day, you can actually go online and complete it, and it's actually speeding up the process. I just wanted to show you a few pictures of life in the day of an animal services officer. It's like a box of chocolates. We never know what we're going to do every day. We do partner with Skedaddle for healthy wildlife removal. We don't touch healthy wildlife, but we're always there to the injured. We're there to pick up DOA. This coyote in the middle was mange. This is a turkey that flew recently, about a week ago, I think, flew into someone's living room window. It was a wild turkey, and it had to be retrieved, and it ended up being, it survived, but it was able to go to rehab. This little, you can't maybe see it very well, but there's a skunk that has head caught in the fence post. And so a lot of the time our officers are doing things like that. We use them as opportunities too to educate the public. One particular instance that sticks in mind is a skunk got a McFlurry cap, you know, the plastic tops with the head, and he got his head caught in that. And that's a tricky one when you have to approach a skunk with a McFlurry lid, and we were able to rescue him as well. So, you know, it's the rescue part that I think really the officers love. It's a feel-good moment when they can actually either, you know, rescue and get it to rehab or release it back into the wild if it's uninjured once it's free. And just the biggest part, I think, of being an animal services officer is the paperwork. You know, a lot of people wonder why things take so long, maybe, but there is a ton of investigation that has to take place every time there's a concern, and even more so when it's a dog bite. We have a certain window of time which we can lay fines, and a certain amount of time that we can complete an investigation. Usually, it's a 30-day window. And some people, especially if it's been a dog bite on a child or a serious dog bite on their dog, they don't want to wait, you know, 30 days. They want to know what's happening now. And so we don't, because we can't share the confidential information with them. You know, sometimes the public perception is we're not doing enough, but actually there's quite a lot to do behind the scenes. So as I said, we're now working on an online reporting system because I think people will see that that's our response time is improving through that. Is there any, I think that's it. Are there any questions for me?
Awesome. Thank you, Michelle. We truly appreciate you taking us on as a client and looking after the animals in our area. It's a great service, and the people of Post Lunch, I'm sure they appreciate it. Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Michelle. This is very timely. I'd like to relay a brief story if I could. I recently received a phone call from a resident who had questions about, they had some concerns about stray dogs or neighboring dogs that were wandering. And of course, like many residents, for some reason, they're always hesitant to phone to ask the questions themselves. They asked me if I could phone and ask what the process was, because I honestly wasn't aware that. I knew we'd hired the Cambridge Humane Society to take care of stray dogs out here, but didn't know exactly what your processes were. So I did phone and I spoke to Officer Miller, who I think was a little shocked at first, a little unsure as to the nature of the call. But I would commend both yourself and your organization and Officer Miller. I'm very pleased that the response, the answers I got to my questions made myself and the resident feel comfortable that the response from the society is not one of punishment to start. It's focused on education and getting the dog home safely first, as opposed to putting doggies in doggy jail. That made the neighbors feel a whole lot better. They appreciated the fact that one of the first steps is reaching out to the dog owner and helping them understand why it's so important that the dog has a safe place to stay and isn't roaming. It isn't just about not getting to the neighbor's garbage. It's about keeping the dog safe. And you know, nobody wants to phone on their neighbor if they think that the dog's going to go straight to jail and the neighbor's going to be subject to an enormous fine. But when there's an education component that comes first, everybody's willing to do that. or more people may be willing to do that. And so I really appreciate that that's the focus of what you're doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate that.
Councillor Goyda?
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. And I honestly didn't know that there was the ability to have services for injured wildlife. I didn't know that we had that available to us. So that is a great thing to know, because we do get sometimes concerned residents about an animal that they've seen injured on the side of the road or something. The only one thing I wanted to ask about is I did head over to the Cambridge Humane Society website just so that I could educate myself a little bit better. But I couldn't find anything anywhere on the website that would inform a Puslinch resident of what services would be available to them. It was all, and I mean, understandably so, it was all very much the city of Cambridge information, but there was really nothing to inform the Puslinch residents as to what they should do, where they should go, what they can call about. And I was wondering if that's something that you would be open to, or that would be easy enough to implement, to just provide a little bit more information, especially since everything seems to be virtual these days.
Absolutely, and it's actually in progress, and I truly mean that. The contract was wrapping up, and we've just built this new website, and I'm still building the wildlife page where I'm partnering with Skedaddle to like educate people a lot more. And definitely when I talk about adding that bite report for Puslinch, it's also going to be the bylaws and the fines, and also a link to DocuPet for you. So awesome. There'll be an overlap, so that it'll be a one-stop shop for people to go. It's just great in progress.
Okay.
COVID's slowing a few things down. My IT programmer has been like busy trying to catch up, and it's on his to-do list, but it is there.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Councillor Spose?
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm really pleased with that we have you on board. You seem like a very top-notch organization to work with, very professional, as pointed out by Councillor Bulmer, and by your answers to Councillor Goyda's questions. You're proactive, you're right on the ball, and really happy for that.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Bailey?
Hi, thank you, Michelle, for coming to present. Actually, piggybacking on Councillor Goyda's question, this is more for our staff, but I had just made a comment that I'd like to see the Cambridge website more accessible on our webpage. It has a link to the phone number, but there's kind of not a lot of information that they're the ones that are providing the service for us and what they do. So I don't know whether we can just clarify a little bit of that. And when you do a Google search, such as Puslinch Animal Control or something, you're really not getting a lot of hits. So maybe that's working already in the works. But that was my comment as well, is just making sure our residents are clear that it's you that we're contacting and not Guelph, or just making that clear.
There have been a couple of, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, go ahead.
There have been, I have an online, like a call center that goes overnight, and I get a dispatch log every morning of what calls came in and what they were. And then I follow up with the officers to make sure everything was done. But I have noticed in the last maybe 3 weeks that we're getting calls because they think Puslinch is in the Guelph area and that it's Guelph that should be responding. So I do agree that there is some communication misinformation, and we can certainly, once we get your page up and running, I think putting the link to that page from our website would be a really good idea, just as another point of reference.
Great. And that includes your reporting link?
Yes.
Online reporting link?
It'll all be on you'll have your own sort of section, just like you see Cambridge, you'll have your own.
Great. And then my final question was actually the picture of the porcupine you've got on your presentation is my neighbor's apple tree. Oh. And this little porcupine lived in the front yard of their little fenced area for their dog for about a month and a half. And so my question is, you do deal with unhealthy wildlife.
Right.
This was a healthy, oh shoot.
You there? Sarah?
Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm losing battery here. My question is, who people can contact for healthy wildlife?
Skedaddle is our partner. They're all over the place. They're amazing. We're actually going to have a lot more features from them. We actually just created our very first newsletter. It'll go out twice a year. It's just going to be put on our website, and it'll give people a lot of information. And that's certainly something I can share with your township too, because it gives people a lot of information and up to date of what's happening. So this one's the spring and summer. In that one, they talk about what to expect with spring and summer as far as healthy wildlife in their area.
Great. Okay, good. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. Appreciate your presentation. Staff, I believe Councillor Bailey was concerned about our end of the IT things, making sure that our webpage has the proper links to the Cambridge Humane Society. If it doesn't, can we ensure that we have that proper information up, please? I don't know who would answer that.
Absolutely, I will work on that for sure.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cia. All right, Michelle, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of
Most
your day.
welcome. Pleasure.
Ms. Whitefox, you have a resolution, please?
The council receives report ADM 2021-022 regarding the proposed animal control services agreement with Cambridge District Humane Society, and the council authorizes the mayor and clerk to sign the required contract documents.
And mover for that, please. Councillor Bailey, you want to move that one?
Yes, sure.
And I'll get a
I'll
seconder.
second.
Councillor Bulmer, all in favor. Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goya.
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
All right, that's carried. Okay, we're gonna take a recess for 20 minutes. 12:36 on my computer time. If we could be back, please.
Yep.
Ms. Whitefox, there we go. All right, I'd like to recall this meeting for the Township of Puslinch on April 21st, 2021. I'll start with a quick roll call. Councillor Bulmer.
Here.
Councillor Goida.
Present.
Councillor Spoulos.
Present.
And Councillor Bailey.
Here.
And we will go to Chief Gomes for report FIR 2021-004, 911 in our agenda. I wanted to say that.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. Oh, sorry, I forgot I had that background there. If it's okay, I'm going to leave it. That's from a previous meeting. All right, so in regards to report FIR 2021-04, I'm asking for a council resolution to allow us into agreement. It's a fire safety agreement, and it's in regards to receiving grant funding from the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office. So a little bit of background is the province has allocated $5 million to fire departments in Ontario. And that money is to be used towards training and fire prevention. And it's to assist us with, what's going on now with COVID and the restrictions that have been put in place, where we need to do basically some revamping of our systems. And sometimes there's financial implications in doing so. So we applied for the grant to the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office. The maximum grant allocation of the township is $6,400. We're allocated the full grant, but as I said, we're just looking for a resolution from council to allow us to enter into this agreement. And that's the reason for the report.
Excellent, thank you, Chief. Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you very much for taking the initiative to apply for that grant. I support it. So no questions.
Councillor Goida.
Thank you. I have no questions. Thank you, Chief.
Okay, Councillor Spoulos.
I'm good. Thanks for pursuing, Chief.
Councillor Bailey.
I have no questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chief. Good job, well done. Grant found. Ms. Whitefox, a resolution, please.
The report FIR 2021-004 regarding the fire safety grant transfer payment agreement be received, and that the fire safety grant transfer payment agreement be approved as per the Ontario Fire Marshal's request, and that council authorizes the clerk to sign the required agreement documents.
Mover, please.
Move.
Councillor Spoulis, seconded by Councillor Bailey. You there?
Favor?
Yep.
Councillor Bailey, yeah, she'll second it. Councillor Blummer's in favor. Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor?
That's good. Okay. Chief, next one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next report is FIR 2021-05, and this is for information purposes only. It's the 2020 annual report. So we talked about a few trends in the beginning of the report, mostly in regards to changes that we had to do, alterations in regards to dealing with COVID this year. So it affected our emergency response, our training, pub ed events, and our fire prevention activities. And that was detailed or summarized in the first paragraph of the report. So what I went on to do is, as per usual, I summarized our emergency responses. There's a pie chart there giving you a percentage of the type of responses that we responded to. And then a further breakdown of exactly how many calls we attended to for each response type. And these are classifications, once again, that match up directly with the Ontario Fire Marshal's office. So if there's any questions in regards to the report, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief. It's amazing how time and perspective can change these kinds of reports and data. I've been around long enough to remember when we were approaching one call a day, you know, passing over the 200 mark to 250, 295 and heading towards that 350, and everybody was concerned about will the guys be all right? And I'm looking at the numbers now, seeing, wow, what are you guys doing with all your free time? You know, because the numbers have dropped. So, you know, if I hadn't have been here before to realize that even at the numbers we're seeing now, it means the guys wrote a lot. Some might think people are sitting around, but I know you guys aren't. So thank you for your report. And I'm glad I've been able to see it go up and come down a little bit for you guys. So carry on.
Thank you.
Councillor Goida.
Thank you, Chief, for your report. I just have one question, and it kind of builds on Councillor Balmer's comments. I'm just curious, the total incidents were significantly less, and specifically the Highway 401 incidents. And I'm just wondering, would you attribute that mostly to COVID and the lockdown and the pandemic, or are there other factors at play there?
Definitely it's in regards to 2020 being a COVID year. So a lot more people were working from home. We had a lot less people commuting on our highways and our regional roads and our township roads. So the 401 numbers were down when it comes to car accidents and vehicle fires. And well, maybe not vehicle fires, but car accidents for sure. And that's completely due to COVID. And also, if you notice, our medical responses were down quite a bit too. So we altered our tiered response agreement, and that was a direction that came from Wellington Paramedic Service. And we altered it so that our firefighters wouldn't be exposed to COVID for what we would call non-emergency medical calls. And so by restricting that as well, that dropped down our call volume and our exposure to our staff when it came to COVID.
Good. Okay. Otherwise, I have no questions. Thanks for the report.
You're welcome.
Councillor Spoulis.
Just one quick question. Are there any incidents that are trending in the direction that are a major concern to you, or this is basically par for the course, so to speak?
It's part of the course. I think that the numbers are down, as Councillor Bromler alluded to, And so it's hard to get a true representation of what's happening. So we'll know over the next year, maybe 2 years, again, once we go back to normal, what's trending and maybe if there's areas of concern to target. So what we've done with our new Chief Fire Prevention Officer, Brent Smith, is he's working on what's called a community risk assessment. So he is assessing all our responses in the township, and he's coming up with a plan on areas that we target in regards to public education and fire prevention. So that should help us out.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Bailey?
Yep. Thanks, Chief, for the report. That sounds interesting, the risk assessment. Will be interesting to see what so the results are out of that. I just had a quick question regarding the home safety visits. Just wondering how a resident would request a home safety visit without calling an emergency number.
Okay, that's a really good question. So they can call our admin line, and not too long ago, there was a Puslinch Pioneer article that went out. It was created by our fire safety educator, Peter Van Oort. And within that article, it stated just exactly what you're proposing is if someone wants a home safety visit or inspection, whatever you want to call it, that there was a contact number there and an email, and they could just contact Peter directly, and he would schedule an appointment for him to go out with another firefighter and do a home safety visit for them. If you can think of any other means of providing that service, please let us know. But that's one way that we felt was a good way to use media to basically reach out to all the residents in Puslinch. As I think of it as our community newsletter, and I think most residents look forward to the Pioneer once a month and seeing what's written in it as far as the articles go. So, and we've had a pretty good response. He's been out in regards to receiving phone calls because of that article.
Great. Yeah, I agree. I think it's something to look forward to, and it's nice to see that type of write-up in there. So thanks a lot for your report.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Chief. I wonder, looking at your stats here, the 401 incidents and the responses are down. If this COVID continues, we might have some implications for our funding for our truck purchases in the future. I would assume that since our responses are down, our billable time to the MTO is down. So if this carries on for a few years, it might be something we want to keep an eye on and adjust accordingly. But I'll just leave that as a comment. The other one is, I might be nitpicky here, Chief, but in your summary, you go 2020, 2019, 2018, and then the last field is 2020. Like typically, when you present these, shouldn't the years work linear from left to right, so then you can see trends? Instead of, I'm kind of having to flip it in my mind and go backwards. So take it as a point, and you can do what you want with it. But for me, I'd like to see linear each year, and then that way it's just a little easier to interpret. But great job. I like how Councillor Ballmer is joking. They're, the firefighters are, what are they doing with their free time? But it's also good that, they're not being drawn away from their families and dinners and things like that as much. But it's still quite a bit of work. That's almost one a year, or, one a day. So anyways, great job by everyone. Ms. White Fox, can we get a resolution for that, please?
That report FIR 2021-005 with respect to Puslinch Fire and Rescue Services 2020 annual report be received for information.
Okay, can I get a mover for that, please?
Move.
Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor Goyda. Yeah, all in favor. Councillor Ballmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
In favor. Thanks again, Chief. Enjoy your next meeting.
Thank you.
Care. Okay, Ms. White Fox, I believe we're going to move Kyle Davis up. He was, what did I tell you earlier, Matthew, 934? Yep. Page 340. There he is. Kyle, how are you?
Good, thank you, Mayor Seeley. How are you?
You're very hard to hear.
How's that? Is that better?
That is better.
Okay, just the microphone sometimes.
All right.
Apologies.
Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Mayor Sealy, members of council, I'm happy to be here today to present you the annual report for 2020 for the Source Protection Program in the Township of Puslinch, as well as some context for the county-wide implementation as well. As you're aware, the Township of Puslinch is subject to 2 source protection plans, Halton Hamilton and the Grand River, with the majority of the requirements being for the Grand River associated with the City of Cambridge and the City of Guelph municipal wells and well fields. In the report, I'll just hit a few highlights from the report. The details are there. So in 2020, it continued to be, despite COVID, it continued to be a busy time in terms of planning and development. There were 76 applications in the township and 289 countywide that we reviewed and provided comments on and or legal notices. This represents an increase from previous years. The 5-year average is in the report. The 5-year average for the township is about 45, as well as increase over previous years as well. So in addition to the development review, so our assistance to the planning and building departments, we also continued to do the compliance work, which it involves looking at the activities that have been identified within the wellhead protection areas and the negotiation of risk management plans. This work was impacted quite severely by COVID. We did kind of halt some of this work for a time being, and when we did restart it, it was really very much contactless. Windshield surveys, that kind of nature. So we do have RMPs left to negotiate within the township. Majority of them are within the City of Guelph wellhead protection areas on farm properties. There's about 17 risk management plans still to negotiate within the township. Now that doesn't include the additional properties that were brought in at the end of last year with the City of Cambridge wellheads. So we would expect another 5 or 10 properties to kind of get added to that tally once we're done that work. So also within the report, staff were very busy dealing with a number of source protection plan updates, predominantly the Grand River source protection plan within the county and within the township. So there was 2 quality updates that happened last year, and both actually affected the township of Puslinch. The mapping update for Puslinch came into effect on October 1st of last year, 2020, and then the policy updates regarding salt policies came into effect on February 3rd of this year, 2021. However, work was done in terms of updating policies, meetings, working with the Grand River Conservation Authority staff and provincial staff all through 2020. And of course, the Tier 3 water quantity studies do continue for the Guelph Hermosa study area that includes the township of Puslinch. That work kind of restarted again after a bit of a pause in August of last year, and we are working on drafting policy requirements, largely based on the policy requirements that were drafted for the Center Wellington wellhead protection area for quantity, but also there will be some additional policies that would be Guelph, Hermosa, Puslinch, and Erin specific. So that work continues. Some of the draft policies have been presented to the Lake Erie Source Protection Committee in January and April of this year, 2021, with more policies that will be presented to the committee in June. When those presentations to the committee are done, we would likely circle back to council to present an update to council on where that is. And then lastly, the septic inspection program was scheduled to start last year in 2020. However, due to COVID, that was postponed. We are in discussions right now with Andrew and the other CBOs about restarting that program in 2021. Of course, contingent on COVID restrictions starting to lift or loosen. I'd be happy to take any questions on the report.
Perfect. Thank you, Kyle. Councilor Bulmer.
No, thank you. No questions, and thank you for your report as usual. So take care.
Thank you.
Councilor Goyda.
Same thing. Thanks very much, Kyle, for all your hard work. I have no questions.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Spillis.
I have no questions. A question I had was answered by staff, so I'm happy. Good work, Kyle.
Thank you.
Councilor Councillor Bailey.
Hi, thank you, Kyle, for putting all this report together. My question isn't about that to the detail, but it's about the fact sheets that you provide on the website. And I think it mentions somewhere that there's a few more fact sheets being created. But I'm wondering if there's a way to share those with our residents, other than them going and seeking them out. Is there a way they can be shared actively within Push Lunch?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Councillor Bailey, and through you, Mayor Seeley. Absolutely, we're similar to actually to Chief Combs. We're open to any ideas that would work, and different techniques work differently in different municipalities. So education outreach was one of those things that took a bit of a back seat last year due to COVID, but we are planning to sort of restart that again with the hiring of the source protection coordinator in the next couple months. That will be about 1/3 of their job is the education outreach program, and really starting to push that forward. So right now we absolutely are a little more passive. It's on the website. We have done mailouts in the past, and that is something we certainly can entertain. We haven't always gotten great response on mailouts, but that would be an option. Social media and driving people to the website through social media is also an option. So we do participate with we don't have a social media account ourselves, but we do post it through like the county and any townships that have social media post it through their corporate accounts. So that would be another option as well. I was listening with interest to the Push Lunch Pioneer discussion. That could absolutely be something we could discuss if you think that would help increase engagement. We could definitely reach out to the Push Lunch Pioneer and see if we could put together an article or something that would get put in there. So yeah, we're definitely open to ideas, and it's great timing for the question, because we're hopefully hiring that coordinator in the next month or two, and then that will be, once they get trained up, that'll be a focus of their job for sure.
Great, good to hear. Yeah, maybe once that person's hired, they could reach out to our staff and just see if about getting it in our newsletter or the community communications, different ways. That would be fabulous.
Absolutely. I'll make a note of that, and we'll do that for sure. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Kyle.
Excellent. All right. Thanks, Kyle. Thanks for the report. Always nice to see you. All right. Courtney, you have a resolution, please?
That report ADM 2021-024 regarding 2020 source protection annual reports pursuant to the Clean Water Act be received for information.
Can I get a mover, Councillor Bailey?
Yes, sir.
Seconder?
Second.
That's Councillor Bulmer. All in favor? Councillor Bulmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goyda?
Favor.
Councillor Spillis?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
Bye, Kyle. All right. Now we can go back to the agenda the way the girls provided it to us. Consent agenda 6.1. Start at the top. We'll get a mover and a seconder, then we'll go around and pull out the items that individuals want to discuss. So, Ms. Whitefox, resolution, please.
That the consent agenda for April 21st, 2020 council meeting be received for information.
Your mover for that, please. Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor Goyda. All right, Councillor Bulmer, any items?
Yes, please. I'd like to pull item 6.26, the resolution by ESSA supporting Orangeville's concerns regarding Bill 257's Schedule 3. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Goyda?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Spillis?
I'd like to pull 6.11, March 24th, 2021, Electronic Participation Council meeting minutes.
Okay. Councillor Bailey?
Nope, none for me.
Oh, that's good too. All right. Do we want to receive the other ones first and then deal with those other two? Ms. Whitefox, what's easier for you?
Yes, I can reread the resolution just with those exceptions.
Let's go that way, please.
Okay. that the consent agenda items, with the exceptions of items 6.11 and 6.26 listed for the April 21st, 2021 council meeting, be received for information.
Okay, all in favor, Councillor Bulmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor?
Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Okay, Mr. Bulmer, you may go first, 6.26.
Oh, thank you very much. Just that, as council can see, the town of Orangeville passed a resolution expressing concerns about Schedule 3 in Bill 257. This was the part of that bill that if a ministerial zoning order was passed outside the Greenbelt, it would not be subject to all other provincial legislations or requirements. So I just think that's, in reviewing a lot of other documents, a lot of conservation authorities had issues with this. I just like to add our voice. I'd like to back up the town of Orangeville's concerns. I think the natural environment outside the Greenbelt is just as deserving of protection that it would get from the provincial policy statement as it would get inside the Greenbelt. So, and it would be consistent with the stand we've taken before when there were issues regarding changes to the provincial policy statement that would remove protection from natural heritage features, especially with regard to development that might occur here in the township. So I think it's consistent with positions we've taken before. So I would like to move a motion that we endorse Orangeville's motion. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Goida.
I would agree with the intent of making a motion. However, I did just read that Bill 257, including Schedule 3, has already passed and received royal assent. I believe that happened just this past week. So I mean, I don't think it hurts to send, to support this. I just don't know.
Oh, I'll withdraw. I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I missed that too. I didn't know.
And perhaps, I'm not sure I don't know if our CAO could confirm, perhaps maybe we should confirm that before we put it aside, but.
Well, I'll chime in there a little bit too. We could maybe amend the motion to support Orangeville, but if it is confirmed that it has passed and received royal assent or whatever, wherever it is in the process, that then we just write a letter to our MPP and the Minister Clark, providing our position on the matter. That would be kind of where we'd be at. I'll just go around. Councillor Spoulos.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with sending a letter in. It did receive a royal assent. I do like the original legislation, which speeds up implementation of broadband. And I'm really disappointed the province took the opportunity to sneak this through on something that is a good piece of legislation. And this, it's smacks of dishonesty, perhaps not that strong, but just not being not straightforward with the public at large. So anyway, I would agree that sending a letter to our MPP stating our position that we are in opposition to this schedule.
Okay, Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I also do agree that we should be sending a letter. I'll just share with you, my one hesitation is it does depend who's giving these zoning orders, because I remember a situation back in, I don't know if it was 2013 or earlier, where actually a ministry zoning order protected a huge area in Flamborough from a quarry coming in. So it can be used for good purpose if the right people are using them. But in general, I do think that it's something that we should be speaking up against.
Okay.
If I could amend my motion then, Mr. Chair?
Sure. Councillor Bowman, go ahead.
I'd like to reflect Councillor Sapoulis's comments regarding, which is based on Councillor Goyda's suggestion of maybe or yours, someone suggested writing a letter just explaining to our MPP that we're disappointed that this was passed in this manner, this went through in this manner. I think Councillor Sapoulis put it perhaps a little more directly than we might want to put in the letter, but to the effect that it was good legislation, and to have it possibly stalled or put aside because of something that was put in that had nothing to do with broadband, you know, undermines the credibility of the process, that sort of thing. Just explaining our displeasure with the outcome.
Mr. CAO, are you comfortable with penning a letter that you and I could sign?
Yes, for sure.
I think that would be the best route. And then, so could the resolution just be that the Mr. CAO and the mayor work to pen a letter in response to this the Orangeville resolution and our position on the MZOs around natural heritage features, and we'll put it all together. Okay.
Thank you. And the provincial policy statement. And
yeah,
because
okay,
I think
so
Councillor Bailey is correct. They have been used both sides. So
let's move by Councillor Bulmer. Who was my seconder on that? Did I get one yet?
Not yet.
Okay, we'll get a seconder for that. Councillor Sapoulis, and then just further questions, and if you're in favor. Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
Councillor Sapoulis.
In favor.
No. Okay, Councillor Bailey.
Yes, I'm in favor.
I assumed you were in favor. You moved it, Councillor Bulmer, but I'll ask you. Councillor Bulmer, are you in favor?
yeah, I'm in favor, and I'm grateful for the other members of council letting me know the horse had left. Even though you know, we're going to write a letter anyhow. So thank you very much.
Okay, that's passed. All right, Councillor Sapoulis, 611.
Yes, we have a report ADM 2021-020 regarding the update of the transportation master plan. And basically, it's being delayed due to the sourcing of funding to complete the study. And we were awaiting that master plan to come forward wherein we can prioritize with a road, the rework of gravel roads will be prioritized. And I just don't want to miss the boat. If this study is late, I want to make sure that we all are cognizant of that, and that we all would want to convey to our community that we want to get on with this work. So I've crafted a motion which basically suggests we have the staff identify 2 or 3 roads that would require rework, and that we start with design this year and be in a shovel next year. I don't think we have, we've been saving money, and I don't think it'd be right for us to not be ahead of the wave in spite of the fact that the study's delayed by not having a plan in place. So I'll read my motion. Whereas the township road master plan is awaiting grant funding, which will delay completion of the report likely late this year, early next year. And whereas the plan would prioritize gravel roads for upgrade. And whereas council would like to start gravel road upgrade construction 22, which requires design to be completed in 2021. But staff be requested to provide a report to council which identifies several gravel roads suitable for upgrade in 2022, which council will select one. Outlines the criteria staff used to propose these roads and includes all in costs associated with each proposed gravel road and associated financial impact.
Thank you, Councillor Sapoulis. Can I get a seconder for that, please? Councillor Goyda. Go ahead, Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Sapoulis, for bringing this forward. I have significant concerns with this. I certainly support the idea of doing a roads master plan to understand which needs through objective measures are worthy or deserving or need to be upgraded, and spending other people's money to make those upgrades based on the objective findings of the study. And moving off of that, to me, what might appear to some to be a political deadline to get a road paved before the next election just doesn't sit comfortably with me. I'm willing to wait to get it done. So when we make that decision, it's done with the best objective information we have. If we want to go this other route, then why are we going to even bother waiting for the master plan? Why not just let council pick roads that they want to have paved? It's just a little bit of a concern for me. So I don't know if I could support this significant change in direction at this time. Thank you very much for bringing it forward.
Councillor Goida.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Sapoulis, for bringing this up. I can see where Councillor Balmer is coming from, but at the same time, I think that we as a council have made a commitment to our constituents that we were going to do something with gravel roads, and we've been putting the money aside to do that. I think that's a great start, but I don't just think I know, because I've heard it from people, that there needs to be a plan in place. And I know that the roads master plan would have been the start to that plan, but I think people want to see that this money that we've been putting aside is being put towards something. And I don't necessarily think that by staff providing this report that it's committing us to go ahead with anything. It's just providing us with the information to be able to perhaps make an informed decision. And it doesn't mean that we have to, but at least we have some information there. And I think regardless of the roads master plan, to a certain extent, whichever roads get treated first, to a certain extent, is going to be subjective, because there's 100 different factors that could be considered as to why we should pave a road or resurface a road or work on a road. And it really will come down to us making the decision in the end, what of that list of hundreds of things should be the most important thing to consider. Is it traffic counts? Is it cost? Is it distance from the municipal office? But I think to have that information and staff's input to be able to look forward and possibly make those decisions is not hurting anything.
Thank you. Councillor Swills, did you want to speak more to it, or should I go to Councillor Bailey?
I'm okay continuing on around the one.
Councillor Bailey?
Thank you. I hadn't quite thought of it from that perspective, Councillor Balmer. So what got me thinking here was, if we do have staff initiate some sort of assessment, would it not just be duplicated then once we get the grant funding? And then down the road, we might think that was a waste of time. Do we have an update, any further update on the grant?
Ms. Hassan?
Yeah, so I can just look at, they're still processing the applications. If you just give me 1 second.
Maybe while she's looking that up, I thought what was also mentioned before is, if we pursue some of the work, then maybe the grant we wouldn't qualify for the grant. I'm just not clear where that line is, what they're constituting, starting some of the work. I would assume assessment would be starting the process. So I would just hate to jeopardize the grant if we're going to go ahead and start what the grant was intended for.
So I can speak to where we are in the processing of applications. So they are currently processing applications 375 to 425, and our application is number 531. And they've indicated that there are still sufficient grant funds to process our application as well. So that's the one component of it. And then the second component of it is that the grant application was for the traffic counts and the pavement condition index updates, which make up the outputs that will be created through the transportation master plan. So it is all part of one big application with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities for this project.
So does that mean if we were to initiate some sort of assessment of our own, it would be jeopardizing our ability to get the grant.
Mr. CAO? Is he here? Did we lose him? My screen changed. I didn't realize maybe he dropped.
Mr. Mayor, that could be addressed in the report too, coming back to us.
I'm not an expert, but I don't believe it constitutes starting work. If you're using internal resources to provide a report to council, I'd be pretty disappointed if that.
No, and to allay Councillor Bailey's concern, that could be a statement in the report that's basically saying we did it and does not jeopardize, or we didn't do it because it would jeopardize. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I'm supportive of this. I understand where Councillor Bulmer's coming from, but the way I view it is that our staff are experts as well, and that the master plan was a tool to support our experts, and they would still have significant input onto which roads were recommended to council. So they're just not going to have one tool in their toolbox to help put the recommendation forward. I believe the public is, interested in having some movement forward on this. Personally, for me, it's not a political thing to get a road paved before the next election. I don't even know if we could get it done in 2021, but I want to get the snowball rolling, and delaying, waiting for the funding from FCM. I feel we have the resources in-house, and I trust our staff to make recommendations to council, and I trust this council to make an appropriate decision, and that's what we're here for. Mr. Schwendlinger, you're back.
Yes, I apologize. My internet connection dropped there.
No problem. There was one question raised, but we kind of amended the motion, but the question was raised that if we asked for a report from staff, as Councillor Spoulos recommended, would it jeopardize the funding because it would constitute beginning work?
No, I don't believe it would, because going ahead with a specific project is a capital project, and it's not part of the work that's identified as part of the whole plan that we're putting together. So no, it wouldn't jeopardize the funding.
Okay. All right, Councillor Spoulos.
Just in response to Councillor Bulmer's, this is not a political move on my part. It's on a goodwill on the behalf of council to say we promised to do something and we're going to do it. And I really don't care if I get reelected or not reelected next year. It's nothing to do with that at all. It's to do with what we promised we were going to do, and circumstances beyond our control delayed orderly decision. And you don't just sit back and say, well, I can't do anything about it and let's ignore it. That's not the style I have. You readjust your plans, you adjust your strategy to move forward. Otherwise, you'll never get anything accomplished. So that's my 2 cents, Councilor Bowman.
Okay. All right, so we had Councilor Bowman, did you want to rebut something? Saw your hand move, sorry. Okay, we had a mover. Do we have a seconder? Was Councillor Goyda? So last call here, Ms. Hoyt-Fox, do you have a good understanding of the resolution?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I have it prepared the way that it's been worded.
Okay. All in favor? Councillor Bulmer?
No, not in favor. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
I'm in favor as well. Okay, so that's carried. That is our consent agenda completed. Let me just get caught up here. All right. So by my records, we're on 921 finance. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, good.
It's page 286.
Awesome. And that's Ms. Hassan.
Yes, so I can just give a brief summary of the purpose of the 2020 annual building permit report. It's to inform council of the building permit fees collected for 2020 and the costs associated with administration and enforcement of the Building Code Act here at the township. I would welcome any questions from council. It's just a regular annual report that council receives.
Okay, can I get a mover for that, please?
I'll move it.
Councillor Spillis, seconder. Councillor Goida. Okay, this is a regular report, so you can just ask if you have comments or in favor. Councillor Palmer.
I'm in favor. No comments.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Okay, Councillor Spillis.
In favor, no comments.
Yep. Councillor Bailey.
Yep, no comments and in favor.
And I'm in favor. Okay, next 922, Ms. Hassan, I believe. I didn't scroll to it.
So this report is to obtain council's authorization to adjust the collector's role in accordance with sections 357 and 358 of the Municipal Act. Schedule A in the report provides the total amount of adjustments. And we can get Ms. Hoyt-Fox to read the resolution whenever council would like that to be done.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Hoyt-Fox, would you mind reading that resolution as per Mary Hassan's direction, please?
That report FIN 2021-008 regarding the cancellation, reduction, or refund of taxes through sections 357, 358 be received, and that council authorizes the treasurer through sections 357 and 358 of the Municipal Act to process the cancellation, reduction, or refunds of property taxes for certain properties in the amount of $9,164 for the years 2018, 2019, and 2020 as outlined in Schedule A.
You get a mover, please, Councillor Bailey?
Yep.
I get a
I'll
second,
second.
please? Councillor Bulmer seconds, and if questions and if you're in favor, Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
All right, Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spillis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
All right, that's carried. Now 923, I believe this is, no, 923 is, Marilla, are you presenting this one?
No, I believe everything finance will be presented by Mary.
Okay, I just saw your name at the top from on the list of from, so I wasn't sure if that was intentional or meant to. Sorry, Ms. Hassan.
No problem. So the purpose again of this report, it's an annual report in accordance with the requirements of Ontario Regulation 438/97 of the Municipal Act. And then there's also a resolution for this report that Ms. Hoyt-Fox can read after, should council have any questions.
Hey, Ms. Hoyt-Fox, you want to read that resolution, please?
The report FIN 2021-009 regarding the Treasurer's Investment Report for 2020 be received, and that council accepts the Treasurer's statement that based on the information supplied by Canaccord Genuity Wealth Management, the cash and temporary investments held by the Township of Puslinch during the calendar year 2020 were all prescribed in accordance with Section 418 of the Municipal Act 2001 and were all eligible as outlined in Ontario Regulation 438/97, and that all related transactions in 2020 comply with the investment policies and goals adopted by the Township on August 13th, 2014, and that no changes be made to the policy at this time.
Okay, thank you. Mover, please.
I'll move it.
Spillis, seconded. Councillor Bailey, or seconded, Councillor Bailey.
Yep.
Okay, all in favor or questions? Councillor Bulmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spillis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
and I'm in favor. That's carried. All right, Ms. Hassan.
So this again is another annual report that's required as it relates to Section 407 of the Municipal Act. A bylaw authorizing the temporary borrowing of funds of $1,500,000 to meet current expenditures should it be required. So Ms. Hoyt-Fox can read the resolution and I can answer any questions that council may have.
Ms. Hoyt-Fox.
That report FIN 2021-010 regarding the 2021 temporary borrowing bylaw be received, and that council give 3 readings to bylaw number 2021-027, being a bylaw authorizing external temporary borrowings of $1,500,000 in 2021.
Thank you. Mover, please. Councillor Bailey.
Yep.
Bam. Councillor Goida, want to second it? Sure. All in favor and questions? Councillor Bulmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spoolis,
In favor?
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
and that's carried. And last one from Ms. Hassan that I know of.
Yes, that is the last one. Again, this is another annual report required in accordance with Ontario Regulation 65305 of the Municipal Act. I can answer any of council's questions as it relates to our 2020 lease financing agreement summary report, and Ms. White Fox can read the resolution.
Ms. White Fox.
That report FIN 2021-011 regarding the 2020 lease financing agreement summary report be received, and that council accepts the treasurer's statement that all lease financing agreements are non-material and have been made in accordance with the township's lease financing agreement policy as outlined in Schedule B to report FIN 2021-011.
Thank you. Mover. Councillor Spoolis, I saw you look at me. Seconded by Councillor Goida. All in favor? Councillor Palmer, any questions?
In favor.
Okay, Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spoolis,
In favor?
Councillor Bailey.
No questions and in favor.
Excellent. Okay. On to 9.3. There we go. It's Ms. White Fox.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a report that's a follow-up from a report we would have seen on our last council agenda on March 24th. This is the noise exemption for the Wellington Condo Corp 214, which is the Mini Lakes condominium. And they're just looking for a revision to that noise exemption just to include the months of August and May. And we did work with the permit agency to ensure that this is in compliance with all their regulations, and it is. And so they're just looking for a resolution to reflect that timing change.
Okay, you mind reading that resolution, please?
Sure. The council receives report ADM 2021-021, request to revise noise exemption for Wellington Common Elements Condo Corp 214 Mini Lakes, and that council authorizes an exemption to section 4, prohibitions by time and place, schedule 2, number 1 of bylaw 5001-05, to permit the use of a scare gun to scare away geese at the Mini Lakes Residents Association for the period of March 25th, 2021 to May 31st, 2021, between the hours of 9 and 7. August 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. January 1st, 2022 to May 31st, 2022, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. August 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. January 1st, 2023 to May 31st, 2023, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. and August 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. And that the exemption be approved for the time period indicated pending that the township does not receive any complaints, and that the migratory bird damage or danger permit holder be directed to notify the Ontario Provincial Police of the noise exemption.
Excellent. You're gonna move for that, please.
I'll move.
Thank you, Councillor Bomer. Seconded by Councillor Spoolis. All in favor, Councillor Bomer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spoolis,
In favor?
Councillor Bailey.
I'm in favor. I do have a question.
Okay, go for it.
Does staff know this probably relates to the original report, but do they keep data to know if this is effective or working?
I do believe they have to do an annual report to the Canadian Wildlife Services as part of a requirement of having the permit for 3 years. So I'm not sure what that report consists of, but we can follow up and find out if it's if the scare gun is effective, if that's what council would like us to do.
Well, I would like to know that. I mean, if it's okay to say, sure, go ahead and do all these scare guns, but if it's either not needed or if it's not working, it would be good to know.
Mr. Schwendinger, was that just moving your hand?
I was just moving my hand.
Oh. Yeah, I guess, Courtney, you could just follow up with Councillor Bailey to alleviate those concerns, or does council
Certainly.
want to- Yeah.
And I
Councillor
do
Bailey.
know, oh, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I have heard feedback from the Mini Lakes Corporation that it has been effective in the past, which is why I think they continue to apply for this permit. But if we can get a little more information from the permit holder just to see exactly how effective it is, and we can share that information.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so that's carried. We did that one. Sorry, just go to my paper. I believe we're on 935. Guelph Junction Railway update, and is that from Mr. CAO?
Yes.
Okay. I'll get Courtney to read the just go.
Okay. Just a brief update for council that we did have our meeting with the City of Guelph representatives as well as railway representatives, and my sense is that the meeting went extremely well. They were definitely receptive to hearing if there are concerns associated with their operation and to see what they could do to address those concerns. So they asked for specific information, which we provided to them based on some of the comments which we had been receiving submitted to the municipality. They wanted to have that information so they could look into it to see what they could do and provide a written response to us. They indicated they'd be back to us in 2 to 3 weeks. And I noticed as this meeting was going on, they sent me a message that asked for rescheduling the date already. So they have some responses that they want to provide to us. So to me, I take that as a favorable sign as well. But just an update for council that it's so far the discussions are going quite well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Balmer?
No questions, but thank you very much for being so successful with the City of Guelph. I'm glad that that by dealing with this responsibly, they're taking us seriously. So thank you very much.
Councillor Goida?
Yes, thank you very much for initiating this, and I'm happy to hear that they're being receptive. So I look forward to hearing what comes of it. Thank you.
Councillor Spoulos?
I look forward to future reports, Mr. CEO. Thank you for keeping on top of this very sensitive issue.
Okay, Councillor Bailey?
Oh, thank you very much, and I look forward to the future reporting.
Mr. CAO, do you see any challenges with reapproaching GJR with the new information from Mr. Taylor or requests that were included in that resolution earlier in the meeting?
No, I do not. Based on the communications we had during the meeting, they want to be aware of the issues. So this is a good mechanism to do that. And I think as I outlined in the report, what their suggestion actually is that we try and set up regular meetings on an ongoing basis to address any potential issues that might come up as well. So a good proactive step there.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Ms. White Fox, the resolution, please.
That report ADM 2021-025 entitled Guelph Junction Railway be received for information, and that staff continue to update council on this matter.
Mover, please.
I will.
Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All in favor. Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
Favor.
And that's carried. Our work from home policy. Mr. CAO, you're up again.
Sure. This is a formalization of a lot of things that are in place now already as a result of the ongoing pandemic. As outlined in the report, this is a policy that was crafted in cooperation with our member municipalities within the county. A number of them have passed this policy already. It's to help deal with issues ongoing right now, but also post-pandemic as well. A number of municipalities and a number of private businesses, in fact, are looking at such approaches to employment and policies to allow staff some flexibility and to help the municipality as well in terms of future space needs. So this is kind of just formalizing, like I said, what we've got in place now and providing the flexibility to potentially do that in the future as well. This is a policy that will be a work in progress as things develop, as technology develops, as conditions change. You know, we can always amend this. And it's got the flexibility in it that, you know, we reviewed on a case-by-case basis, and it can change at any time given the circumstances. So just basically formalization and bring us in line too with what many other corporations are doing.
Right. Ms. White Fox, can you read the resolution, please?
That report ADM 2021-026 regarding the proposed township work from home policy be received for information, and that council approve the work from home policy as presented.
Are you gonna mover, please?
I'll move.
Councillor Bulmer, seconded.
I will.
Councillor Bailey. Okay, all in favor or questions? Councillor Bulmer?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Schwindinger, for bringing this forward. I really like how this is structured. I'm really pleased to see that there's statements in there regarding a focus on customer service, because I think that's what matters to the people we serve. And behind that is also maintaining connections between staff and between staff and the community, which is always a challenge when they're not in the office. But we've talked about flexibility. It also, I think, brings a level of autonomy into our staff, which may also lead to, you know, greater attachment to their role. And I'm hoping through the some days in, some days out nature of this, that it will retain the ability for staff to build connections between each other and with the community they're serving. So thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing how this rolls out. So
thank you.
And are you in favor, Councillor Bulmer?
After all those negative comments, yes, I certainly am in favor.
There's a protocol. We have to follow it. Councillor Guida.
Yeah, thanks. It's funny, when I was reading this report, I couldn't help but wonder that, you know, if I had been reading this policy or proposal a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, what my mindset would have been. And I think I would have probably thought that, you know, shifting the corporation to working virtually would be like something out of a George Jetsons episode or something like that. And that'd be way too futuristic. But anyway, here we are. And it seems like a long time ago that we all sat together in the council chambers doing everything in person. But that being said, I think I just wanted to take a minute and just say how impressed that I have been with how well the entire organization was able to shift almost entirely to a virtual operation basically overnight, and continue to be doing it so well a year later. And, you know, with very limited resources, everything shifted from being in person in our municipal office to being online, and even hiring and training new staff. And I just wanted to just say to everyone, council, staff, everyone, how impressed I have been with everyone's ability to do that. So, I mean, this policy makes a lot of sense. I do think at some point when it's safe to do so, that it is important for us to continue to have some in-person, face-to-face connection with our community. But overall, I think that this is the way of the future. And so I'm happy to see that we have this, that we can put this in place and perhaps make a bit of a hybrid model between working in the office and working from home. And I would definitely support this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Team effort.
Excellent. Councillor Spillis.
Yeah, I just want to echo the comments from the previous two councillors. Thank you very much, Mr. CEO, for the work you've done, and virtually having a seamless transition from in-face to virtual business.
Okay. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, thanks very much for making this kind of official. I think this is definitely what's needed for moving forward. I'm just wondering if you can comment, Mr. CEO, just at the end of the report, it just says this will have significant benefits in terms of reduced costs associated with current and future office space needs. That came into my head anyways, and I'm just wondering if you can just touch on that a little bit in terms of our budget for the office.
So what the comment was intended for was as you know, we're in the process of a carryover project from last year, space needs, basically looking at the services we provide, the staff that provide it, and then how we physically provide space for those folks, an assessment of the existing building, how we fit them in, those types of things. So basically what this is saying is if we have policies like this in place, that we allow some flexibility, the net benefit of that can be that the square footage space that we require can be reduced, which will reduce some capital costs necessary to the municipality. So that's what the intent of that statement was. In terms of the actual budget, I can't comment on that quite as of yet. We're still working on the space review study with the architectural firm that was retained to do that work. And part of that work is for them to come up with a few options and to provide some approximate pricing associated with those options. And that's something that we're going to be bringing forward to council sometime shortly. We've got a meeting scheduled shortly with the architects to get the first round of their proposals and options to us. So I'll be able to comment better on some potential budget impacts sometime in the near future for you.
Okay, will some of those options then take this into consideration?
Yes, very much so. So basically what they're going to look at is if we would have, like one option will be if we locate everyone in the office, here's the space that the needs that are required and here's what the cost is associated with that. And then if we have some people sharing space, what would the option in the net reduction be? Or if we have some people that might work, if their position and circumstances allow, certain positions might like many businesses are doing, permanently work virtually, then that's an overall reduction as well. So what would that look like? So basically those three different scenarios, and then that will help council obviously decide which way they want to proceed.
Great, thank you. And if I can just throw my comments in as well, just thanking everyone. We're going through we're plugging along and everyone's going through some ups and downs and the township just keeps rolling through and it's really impressive. So thanks to everyone for that.
Well, thank you. Yes, it definitely is a team effort, and all credit to the staff who are coming up with these innovative ways and new approaches to doing things and doing it with some trying circumstances at home as well. So all credit to staff for sure.
Excellent. Glenn, you keep working from home. I'm taking your office. I'm just saying. I need an office. Maybe take that into consideration in the planning that they have one vacant office for council to utilize, whether it's the mayor or the councilor to come into the building. And it's not the actual big room, the meeting room. So just anyways,
we
great
have
job.
those spaces. We gave them all away.
Did we? Your dinosaur is going to bring up some old memories. What do you got?
Well, so, Mary's office used to be the mayor's office, and where the police officer is, that used to be that was the councilor's office.
Oh. Do the police use ours? I get that. Anyways, it's
Yes.
for another day. Okay. Maybe Public Works could give up their office for the mayor. All right. Did we read the resolution? I don't believe I did for this one. Do we have it read before we spoke?
We did read it, and we have a mover and seconder for it.
Okay, and Councillor Bulmer, all in favor?
Did I hear the word dinosaur? In favor.
I didn't say that. Councillor Goyta?
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
And Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
That's carried. Okay. Correspondence 10-1, is that where we're at?
Nope, we still have
what I missed?
937.
Oh, I put a line through it too soon. Okay, 937. Who's it? It's you again, Mr. CEO. Way to go.
Yeah. Just a short one. Again, this one has been in front of you before. Council already provided direction, and then when we were working on submitting that direction as council asked us to, then we were then made aware of what the province has decided they would like for the submission requirements. So basically, there's specific wording in the resolution that's required, and they also require a recorded vote for this for whatever reason, but that's what they're requiring. So we're just going through that process right now so that we can follow through with the direction that you've given us.
All right, Ms. White Fox, can you read that resolution, please?
Yes, it's a little bit long, so just bear with me here.
Can it, I'll interrupt. Mr. Schwendinger, can she just say as provided in the agenda for council's review?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, don't read the whole thing.
Okay, so it's that we received report ADM 2021 027 regarding the applications for exceptions under the Conservation Acts Authority and the following resolution as detailed in the report.
Awesome. Councillor, I need a mover, please.
I will.
Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Goida. All in favor or comments? Councillor Balmer?
Yes, I'm in favor, but I also concur with this. Making it a recorded vote certainly politicizes the issue. So we usually have a different process for doing recorded votes. So make sure we follow that. Usually it's the person who moves it. I don't know I can't remember what the process is though.
The person that asked for the recorded vote goes first.
So we have to get the minister to go first.
That's right. I think as long as we record each individual's decision on the matter, then I'm fine with going with the order that we've been following for the previous amount of the meeting.
That's fine. I'm in favor. Yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
I'm in favor.
And I'm in favor. So that's carried.
There one follow-up item, if I could, from that report.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I noticed this is somewhat incidental because the report included the minutes from the entire board meeting, but there was an interesting piece in there regarding water levels in the watershed. They mentioned that they were at level 2, which is unusual for springtime and typically what you might see in the summertime. I've only pointed that out because I'd received a phone call recently from a resident concerned that their pond was at what they felt was an unusually low level for the spring. So it appears that these low water levels may be widespread, notwithstanding the recent rain we've received here. So it made me reflect back on the report we received in our last council package from the county that indicated that we received quarterly monitoring reports on regarding the monitoring network we have on the moraine. And I thought, well, I hadn't actually seen one of those quarterly reports probably for 10 years. And perhaps this would be a good year to maybe get an update on that. Where do we stand on that? If it's something that the county believes we're receiving on a quarterly basis, perhaps we could find out. I'd be interested in finding out what is happening with that monitoring of the moraine and what are the water levels like in the region this spring. If Hamilton's seeing them low and a resident has a concern, I thought maybe it might be of council's interest, might have an interest in getting updated on all that.
So
Sure,
that's
we'll look into that.
okay. You don't need the resolution because I'm gonna.
No, that's fine. But that's just the information that we can forward on to council. We'll look up what information we have and we'll get that off to you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. Councillor Guida, in favor?
We
already did that. See,
we already did that,
Councillor
yeah.
Balmer messed me up because he started talking again. Okay, so that one's carried. Where are we? Mayor's updates, right? Council reports?
Correspondence, I believe.
Oh, I thought that was the one we just did.
No.
Nope, that was a report that we did. Correspondence is a different thing.
10-1, Hamilton Conservation Board. Hold on, maybe I don't have the right. Hang on a second.
Yep, that's right.
Okay, the Hamilton Conservation. Greenbelt submission. Sorry, I was confusing the Greenbelt submission with their request for consideration. Okay, who's presenting that one?
It's just correspondence, and then for council's information, and if you have any specific action that you'd like us to take, that's why it's there. Ms. White Fox, did they ask something in here of the municipality, or we were just seeking council direction?
I believe that they're just forwarding this on to us for information at this point, just to receive it.
Okay, thank you.
Can I have you read that resolution, please?
Yes, I can. The council received correspondence item 10.1 regarding Hamilton Conservation Authority Board resolution regarding growing the Greenbelt.
All right, a mover for that, please. Councillor Bailey?
I'll move.
Okay, Councillor Balmer is a seconder. Excellent.
Okay.
In favor and comments, Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
All right, Councillor Goida?
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos?
Yeah, I'd like to briefly discuss a statement in there. On page 407, it states that the parish Galt Moraine does, however, play an important role from a groundwater and hydrogeological perspective, as the area is the headwaters of Fletcher Creek and ultimately Spencer Creek. The cold water features of this watercourse are dependent on the groundwater and the hydrological regime in this area. This statement is the whole premise for their support of the Greenbelt without due consideration of us, our township. I'm really glad that our previous counselor, Susan Fielding, got them to add an amendment to it that the directions of the County of Wellington must be considered finalizing the boundaries of the Greenbelt expansion relating to the settlement areas, hamlets, and industrial areas. I'm really protective of our area, and I really question whether that statement is valid. In other words, the headwaters of the creek are somehow supplied from this moraine. And I have always thought that each conservation area looks after the catchment area of the water, and the conservation area strictly deals with that particular area. I was not aware that one conservation area water flows into another conservation. I thought it all was integral to one a catchment area, and a water flows where it does. So I'd like to suggest that we ask our consultant Stan Donahoe to comment on the correctness of the statement, because if it's not correct, then the premise for the HCA to have their statement, the way they phrased it, is incorrect and does not do any service to us. In other words, they're saying something on a false premise, and affects us, could affect us significantly.
I have a question. Would the Hamilton Conservation Area be able to answer that question prior to us spending money on our consultant? Is that a possibility?
Well, they basically said in that report, and that's a conservation report. You contrast this report with a report put together by the Grand River Conservation Authority, and there was a very considered report. It outlined that you got to look at the county needs, the municipal needs, before you jump the gun and with a stroke of the pen make this entire area a greenbelt. Whereas here, they basically say, yeah, just because of this headwater issue, we think this should be a green belt.
Well, I agree with you, Councillor Spoulos. Everybody else in the province is saying that we should have most of our township make greenbelt, and they're not intimate into the implications of what that's going to mean. It's pretty easy to point to your neighbor and say, make their land protected. So, this is just another example of that as far as I'm concerned. So you're going to move that motion?
Well, I'd like to discuss it. I'm willing to back off on it if need be, but I really take a hard line when somebody inaccurately portrays the situation and uses it to support what they plan to make a decision on.
Great. I'll take it as a mover. Just somebody second it, please, that we ask Stan Denhoe to review the, thank you. So Councillor Goyette, okay, questions, Councillor Bomer.
Thank you very much. No, and I'm always in favor of opportunities to help members of council have a better understanding of how the moraine functions, where it is, what it is, the Galt Paris Moffat Moraine, and the difference between the moraine and the watershed boundaries as that the Greenbelt is drawn along. Because the Greenbelt boundary, as Councillor Spoulos indicated very correctly, is surface water drainage. But of course, the high points in between the two watersheds are the moraine. So the moraine feature itself exists in both watersheds. So it's important, I think, to have someone come and explain what that means for surface water, groundwater regimes, how they interplay, because we're going to have to make decisions regarding that it can affect the moraine for a long time, and it's better we all have a better understanding of it. So I certainly would support any opportunities to have council, better understand what happens at the intersections of watershed boundaries with regards to the moraine. So thank you very much.
Councilor Goida?
Yeah, I would definitely support that. If nothing else, as an education piece, I'm sure that Hamilton Conservation has already likely submitted these comments. So I don't know that it's going to change anything in that regard in terms of what their position will be on this issue. But I think if nothing else, it would be a good education piece for sure.
Councilor Spolis?
Yeah, no, I agree with Councilor Goida. It's submitted, it's there, but I think if we find out that their statement is not true, then I think we should write to them and say, look, this is your submission to the province was made on this basis. This is our read of it from our expert, and thank you very much. In other words, just point out politely the inaccuracy of their statement.
Well, we could also send that letter to Minister Clark, who's going to make the decision.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, I am in support of learning more about how this works and getting a comment on that statement. I'm sure the information is already out there somewhere for us to find, but if Mr. Denhogue could put it all in a nice neat package, I guess that would be helpful to everybody. So sure, I'll support that.
Okay, excellent. So
I just ask for confirmation of the particular statement again, just so that we're referring to the correct section. We're passing this on.
It's in my notes that I had sent to you previously.
Okay, I'll get it from there then.
We don't want this to be a $10,000 exercise. Let's put it this way. I think we should put a cap on it, a reasonable cap.
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Denhoe treats us pretty well, I believe, with his reviews of the the pit operation reports and things like that. So I would assume it'd be along those lines. We'll leave it with staff though to regulate that. Okay, so that's carried, correct? I had the movers, everybody.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Now we're on the council reports, correct?
Yes.
All right, so mayor's updates. Some of you may already know or do know, everybody may know, the roads committee for the county happened last week or so, and staff at the county level proposed some guidelines to be adopted that would influence how speeding would be addressed on county roads through the county. Even going as far as community safety zones. The report was quite lengthy. I'm giving you the Coles note version. It's still, I called for a recorded vote at that roads meeting because I didn't feel that there was representation about community concerns. It was all going to be around the TAC guidelines and the 85 percentile. So if you have a speed limit of 50 and 85 percentile driving at 70, the report will tell them to put the speed limit up to 70 and to take the pressure off enforcement from the OPP. So I had a real concern with that. I called for the recorded vote. Myself and another councillor voted against it. It passed 3-2. It's going to go to county committee as a whole, and I will have it included on our next agenda. I was going to ask for an amendment for this meeting, but I felt that we could make comments about the report and then it get changed at committee of a whole, and then our comments might be invalid. So we'll see. I'll keep you abreast of what happens at county council. I'm hoping that it's going to change. However, it will include the roads committee report on our next agenda, and we'll discuss it and see what direction we want to take, whether it's writing a letter to the county or taking a solid position. And I'll get that PDF out to you by the end of the week. I'll try to get that to you so you can read through it. I'll take some questions on that. I know it's not very specific, but and I'll try to answer them if you have any. Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is, I kind of understand it from what they're trying to achieve, but I don't know if that meets the safety goals that some communities are trying to achieve. I can think of a couple of roads here they're nice and straight and flat and have several entrances where the design criteria suggest one speed limit, but people certainly like to drive a lot faster, which I don't think is safe for when the school buses are there, when trains are crossing there. There's a lot of other things that people passing through that the 85th percentile may not be aware of, that I think may create some safety issues, especially in and around our hamlets. So I appreciate that you brought this to our attention, and we'll see where it goes when it gets to committee of the whole, at county council. But I expect you're trying to give us an opportunity to comment as a council on that particular topic. Am I mistaken there?
That's exactly my intention, Matthew. I just want to make sure I bring this council the proper information. So that's why I'm holding off until after the committee of the whole.
Good.
Okay. Councillor
Super.
Goyda?
Okay, thanks.
Yep, no problem. Councillor Goyda?
Yeah, thanks for your work on this, Mayor Sealy. I just have a question. First of all, when is the committee council where this will be?
Last Thursday of the month, 29th.
Okay, and then so what's taking place at that meeting that this report is being like, will there be opportunity for each municipal council after that report is adopted, I guess, by county council to engage on that, or once it's adopted, it's a go?
That's a very good question. We had that same discussion at the roads committee. It's felt that it will steer them towards adopting them. So they provided a case study in the roads agenda for Lake Road down by Puslinch Lake. And so when they adopted if they adopt these guidelines, then the recommendation for Lake Road would have been to increase the speed limit in front of the most densely populated area to, I believe, 60, and then the westerly portion to 70 or 80. And that's quite contrary to what the individuals living down there wanted, and that's why I wasn't able to support it. It could be adopted at the end of the month in April, but I still believe that we have time. They would have to receive the feedback from the municipalities that it affects, and everything can be changed. So if we can't get it amended at the end of this month, then there's a little bit more work, but we'll start at the roads committee again. But there's already a lot of stirred up people that are. So I just don't know where it's going to go.
Yeah.
And because of this thick agenda, I didn't believe there was time to give it the proper attention it deserved. So I feel that if it does get adopted at the end of April, we can get back to the next roads committee meeting with a resolution from us, and that'll give me some clout to go and try and get some things amended. I hope that helps.
Yeah, I guess I'm just, I would hope that the county would consider the feedback from the municipalities before they go ahead and proceed with anything. So, I mean, I understand that there hasn't been enough time perhaps to have it on this agenda, but if nothing else, perhaps at county council, maybe we should, I don't know if we need a motion for it or whatever, just to make it known that at least for the township of Puslinch, we would like to be able to comment on it before before they make any final decisions.
I'll bring that up. Okay, where are we, Councillor Spose?
Yeah, I provided notes for you, Mr. Mayor, for you to take to that committee. And for the benefit of the rest of council, they're relying on the Transportation of Association of Canada to do a computerized study based on road geometry, number of entrances, and all that sort of thing to come up with the speed. in the report, they also acknowledge that that is a it's driven by road geometry and road particulars and does not reflect the needs of the community. They're speaking with out of both sides of the mouth. On one hand, they're saying we got to use TAC to determine road speeds. On the other hand, they're saying, well, TAC doesn't really provide the actual speed requirement, doesn't take into account the community needs. Like, for example, our Brock Road, like that, the people are speeding along Brock Road between the two roundabouts. It's 60, 70 clicks per hour. If you do a tax study, it'll tell you it's probably good for 60 or 70 clicks. But we know we got community needs there, and we got a school there, we got a community center, and you can't have that sort of speeds in there. And the same thing applies to Lake Road. You've got that's classified as a recreational area. It's not an area that's in between large stretches of farmland. So they're not being, they're applying something to get expedient through to solve a problem that everybody's complaining about speeds. And they're using a shotgun approach to trying to solve the problem, whereas they should be using a specific target approach.
Thank you, Councillor Spillis. I did forward your comments on to Don Kudo at the county, and I'll follow up with him for a response. I haven't received one as of yet. They're quite thorough, and I appreciated that help. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I haven't seen those comments yet, and I'd be interested actually to see them. It sounds like the better condition of the road, the the higher they're gonna, justify putting the speed. Sounds like using this kind of study. I mean, my road would be posted 120, right? And that makes no sense at all. So, is there a way to recommend they do the I don't know what they're calling the study. It's kind of like a pilot on Lake Road, but is there a way they could maybe try that somewhere else?
They did Lake Road and they did Erin, in downtown Erin, and both recommended the speed limits be increased.
Yes. So is there a way we could make a comment now saying we don't like that suggestion at that location?
So yeah, yes and no. I don't think we should make a recommendation that, or a motion that we don't like the recommendation. What we should do is follow up on Councillor Spoulis's comments. I believe we should pass a resolution to be sent to County Council for April 29th, stating our concerns politely that we need to have comments on the approved guidelines prior to implementation. And then if Councillor Spoulis wants to delicately identify the difference between TAC and, community needs in that resolution, I think that would be quite important to take to County Council at the end of this month. What are your thoughts, Councillor Spoulis?
Yeah, I would use a quote that the consultant had in the report with respect to TAC, and I can provide that to staff. There's a specific paragraph. They say that TAC does not properly address the requirements of the community.
Mr. CAO, can we pass a resolution that Ms. White Fox, yourself, and Councillor Spoulis work towards a official, I don't know, would it be a resolution to be sent to the County of Wellington for their April 29th meeting? Or how would you rather see it? What's the cleanest way for you?
Pass a resolution, or just pass the resolution right now that we forward comments on, because it's tough for us to come up with a resolution now, because you can't pass a resolution before then because you won't be able to vote on it. So I think if you just give direction through resolution right now that we prepare comments, and then you Councillor Sapoulis can provide the wording, we can craft that together. Yes. it'd be good if we could see that actual report as well so that we can have that for our files.
Okay. Are you comfortable with that, Councillor Saboulis?
Absolutely.
Can I get a seconder for that?
And if I could,
Well, let's
yeah,
get a
I'll
seconder.
second
We'll talk. Okay, and go ahead, Councillor Balmer.
yeah, just to add to Councillor Sapoulis's point, I agree with him wholeheartedly on the idea that it doesn't reflect local community situations. And two examples that we have here is if we look at County Road 34, east of Brock Road. Well, I think many of us here would consider the entrance to many lakes as intersections. TAC considers them as driveways. So a driveway that serves 400 residents is not counted as an intersection. We see the same thing on Lake Road. We have where Irish Creek Estates enters on a Lake Road. If those were individual houses, it'd be much greater weight. And I think that's one of the drawbacks of TAC in terms of picking up on those unique situations on a road like that. Because if you consider those mini lakes, that would push that speed limit to 60 if they were considered all individual or more driveways to service those, or if it was an intersection. But when it's considered a drive, just a single driveway, it pushes it to 80. So it does create unusual outcomes. And I think our goal is not to throw out TAC altogether, but I think to Councillor Sapoulis's point, to make sure that in combination with it, it includes those local community needs.
Okay.
Thank you.
In favor?
Mayor, the
Sure.
statement that I recall states it is recognized that the TAC Canadian guidelines for establishing posted speed limits do not take into account factors such as historical collision data and/or vulnerable users that may be found on some parts of the corridor. So to me, a person walking on the corridor is a vulnerable person. And you can't have 70, 80 clicks per hour beside somebody walking.
Okay. Where were we? Councillor, go ahead.
Sorry, I think I'm a little bit lost now. Are we voting on something?
We're trying to, yes, we're going to vote on the resolution that pass the resolution that Glenn, reword that for me. It's so that the staff will make comments to the April 29th County Council meeting and work in conjunction with Councillor Schools.
Okay, yeah, I would be in favor of that, yes.
Okay, Councillor Spoulis, you moved it. You said your comments. Councillor Bailey, I'll come back to you, Councillor Balmer, just to make sure you're on the same page. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I would like to just see some sort of wording along the same lines here where we weight the value of the surrounding community, high in our assessment of the area. So just because the technical components show one thing, we have to take that with a grain of salt with the surrounding community, and that weights it higher in my mind than the number of driveways and such.
Okay, Councillor Balmer.
Still on board.
Okay. That was another concern I had because they're making the visions and the goals, which is going to direct this policy for 20 years or more. And I raised it that in the visions, it didn't make reference to the community whatsoever. And that was concerning to me. So there's a lot of things that some red flags going up. And so I'm in agreement with Councillor Bailey on that. We got to make sure that the community is well represented in this new policy. Mr. Schwending, are you comfortable with the direction we're giving you so far, or do you need some more clarification?
No, that's fine. As long as you give me a copy of that report so that we can refer to the proper sections and refer to the proper information, then we'll work with Councillor Sapoulis on the wording. That's fine.
And myself.
Yes.
Okay, and we'll get it out to the rest of council. I'm sorry about the short timeline. I think we've already said we're all in favor. Is that correct, Ms. Whitefox?
I believe so. I have Councillor Sapoulis and moving and Councillor Balmer second the resolution, if that's
All
still
right, we'll just-
accurate.
I'll go around again. So all in favor, Councillor Bulmer,
In favor.
Councillors Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spillis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
Yes, in favor.
and I'm in favor. That's carried. Any council member reports, updates from committees?
I'll have something under announcements later on.
Okay. Yeah, somebody dropped a whole bunch of garbage bags off at my house and flyers. Bylaws. Who's reading that? Ms. White Fox?
The following bylaws be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2021-027 being a bylaw to authorize the temporary borrowing of funds to meet current expenditures of the corporation of the Township of Puslinch during the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2021. Bylaw 21-028 being a bylaw to repeal and replace Schedule E of Bylaw 5000-05, including revisions as discussed, being a bylaw to regulate the parking or stopping of vehicles on highways within the Township of Puslinch. And bylaw 2021-029 being a bylaw to amend the Township of Puslinch zoning bylaw 023-18 as amended Slavinsky Park's holding provision.
Are you gonna move her for that, please? Councillor Bulmer?
Sure.
Councillor Spillis moved it, seconded by Councillor Bulmer. All in favor, Councillor Bulmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spillis,
Favor.
and Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
All right, that's carried. I believe we're going into closed session now.
Can you exclude me from that, or do I just have to excuse myself?
I believe in the past, other council members have just turned their camera off and their mic for that portion.
That
Is
was
that correct?
for normal open session stuff. For closed, perhaps it would be better. Ms. White Fox, are we able to remove Councillor Bulmer from the discussion for closed?
Yes, I can do that, and I can make note of it in the closed meeting minutes as well.
Okay.
And then
Thanks.
Councillor Bulmer, the meeting will be locked until we're done, so I can just send you a quick email when we come back into open.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everybody that joined us in the gallery. We always appreciate other people taking time out of their day to watch us.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just read the resolution to go into closed when you're ready.
I'm ready. Go ahead.
That council shall go into closed session under section 239 of the Municipal Act for the purpose of adoption and receipt of the March 24th, 2020 closed meeting minutes and a confidential report from Courtney Hoyfox, municipal clerk, regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, being the 2021 Senior of the Year nominations.
Okay, can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor Goida. All in favor, Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spillis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
Favor.
and I'm in favor. We are going into closed. All right, Ms. Hoyfox, you could read the resolution to come out of closed, please.
That council moves into open session at 2:25 p.m.
Okay, can you move for that, please?
Move.
Councillor Spillis, second. Councillor Goida, all in favor. Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spillis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
Okay.
And then I have another resolution just to receive the closed meeting items. So the council receives the adoption and receipt of the minutes of the previous closed meeting being March 24th, 2020, closed meeting, and confidential report from Courtney Hoyfox, municipal clerk, regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, the 2021 Senior of the Year nominations, and that staff proceed as directed.
Thank you. Mover, please.
Move.
Councillor Spillis, seconder.
Move.
Councillor Bailey, all in favor. Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spillis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
All right. Business arising from the closed. Don't see any. Gotta wait at notice of motions until Mr. Bulmer comes back. I don't have to, but it's a polite thing to do. Anybody here have any notice of motion or new business? No?
No.
Okay, I'll ask Matthew when he gets in.
Courtney, have you heard from him?
Pardon me?
We're just asking if Courtney heard back from Matthew if he's joining again.
Or it looks like he tried to join when we were in our closed session. I'll just let him know it's unlocked now.
What am I gonna do?
Courtney, any other word from him, or should we just proceed, or?
So I've sent him a new link and he's just going to try to join through that. So he should show up in our attendee section shortly and then I can move him over.
Okay.
Oh, shoot. Okay. I'd move on, but he wants an announcement about some township road pickup, cleanup.
maybe as we're waiting here, Mr. Mayor, could you just make sure you forward me a copy of that county report that you're referring to, that we're going to work on that wording of the letter?
I forward you the link to it.
Oh, did you? Okay, thank you. I haven't seen
I
it yet.
forward you my notes, and I forward the link that our mayor sent.
Okay, thank you. I haven't looked at it yet. Thanks.
I just sent the PDF to everyone. John, you got it again.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right, I'm gonna do the volunteer. Are we still recording? Yes, we are. So I gotta find that. Here we go. So as you know, we awarded a volunteer award. So I'm gonna read this.
Senior, I believe, sorry.
This one's for the volunteer award, is it not?
Yes, sorry, the volunteer award will be announced this week, and then the senior will likely be announced next month.
So this one I'm reading right now is for just the volunteer of the year, correct? Ms.
Yes.
Whitefox? Right.
Yep,
Right.
correct.
So the Township of Puslin Volunteer Appreciation Award is to recognize and honor volunteers who demonstrate generosity of time and spirit by achieving outstanding results as a volunteer, inspiring others to service, or making an extraordinary contribution to a community benefit organization, or by championing an issue. Township of Puslin wishes to recognize the accomplishments of all the hardworking community volunteers. Township is very pleased and honored to be able to recognize Jeanette Caswell as a recipient of the 2021 Volunteer Appreciation Award. Jeanette has spent her career helping others as a registered nurse. Her volunteer accomplishment and generous spirit provided invaluable contributions to the Whistle Stop Preschool, Fall Fair and Parades, Hospice Wellington, and many other local programs. Please join the township in congratulating Jeanette for many contributions and accomplishments. A small little round of applause. I don't know if I mentioned it to council. With COVID, we haven't really been able to acknowledge these recipients of these awards. And my hope is that when COVID restrictions ease, that we can maybe have an appreciation night where we have to acknowledge multiple people for years of service and do it in a little better way. Not that this is poor, but a better way. So see them in person. And but again, we'll have to wait to see what COVID brings us. Maybe this fall if we're lucky.
In the interest of moving on, Mr. Mayor, do you maybe have enough information to speak to what Councillor Bulmer was going to speak about? Do you have the details or not?
I won't do as good of a job as Mr. Bulmer, but the announcement is that the township road cleanup is going to go ahead. The garbage bags and flyers have been dropped off to the individuals for distribution. I believe there's
they haven't been dropped off yet, Mr. Mayor. They've been dropped off to the people who'll be distributing the brochures and the garbage bags.
That's what I meant. They've been dropped off to the people for the distribution, because I'm one of them. And then I believe Councillor Bulmer had some. Oh, there was that email, Glenn. He was contacted from Public Health. Let me just try to pull it up real quick here. That
yes, as part of this, what he wanted to ensure was that we made sure that we were abiding by the any potential requirements or the requirements due to the pandemic, because last year was canceled because of this. So he did verify with it. We did hear back from the health unit, and basically the primary requirements are going to be that we limit any potential gatherings of people to no more than 5 of the same family, and that the primary change is going to be at the drop-off location. That we don't have people congregating there, and then we have 2 separate drop-off areas within that location just to try and space people out as they're bringing materials in there. I think that was the primary nature of the discussion, but I may have missed a detail or two there.
Yeah, and I don't know if he's had any discussions with Public Works, but we have that roll-off bin. I know when we authorized purchasing it, Mr. Fowler mentioned that it could be deployed maybe in the Badna area as a remote drop-off area. I don't know if that's still in the works, and kind of caught you off guard with that, Glenn, but that could be a possibility too. So
yes, I don't know those particular details yet, but I know we were going to have at least 2 drop-off locations, even if they were just spread apart in the same parking lot. But we are working on that to try and split up where the potential exposures might be.
I'll follow up with Councillor Bulmer so that if we missed anything, I'll push it out on my Facebook page. to get it out to individuals in the community. And I don't think we can wait much longer. So I'm just going to call Ms. Hoy Fox to read the confirmatory bylaw, please.
That the following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2021-030 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council for the corporation of the township of Puslinch held on the 21st day of April 2021.
Okay, and a mover for that, please. Councillor Spoulos, second by Councillor Goida. All in favor? Councillor Goida.
Favor.
Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
Okay, and that's passed. And adjournment, please, Ms. White Fox.
The council hereby adjourns at 2:38 p.m.
Mover, please. Councillor Goida, you gonna move it? Yes. Councillor, seconder, Councillor Spoulos. All in favor? Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos.
Favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
All right, we are adjourned.
Thank you very much, everyone. Job well done.